So like, but now you're hearing all those old rapid tests that you have aren't catching all the new variants. So it's like,
That's right.
I have no idea.
Yeah. We are live.
We're live. Call the meeting to order. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 Nation and is in Treaty 3 territory. I'll introduce the panel members. I'm Marcel Larondo. I'll be chairing. Diane Knight is a panel member, and Valerie Werholm is a panel member. Jason Robertson is our secretary, and Jeremy Poole is our assessor. To the Zoom participants of the meeting, please note that you are placed in the waiting room until your property is called upon. When it is your turn, you will be admitted into the meeting room. Kindly follow along on the City of Winnipeg Board of Revision YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host admits you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once your hearing has concluded, you can leave the meeting. We'll hear the hearing applications for revision of assessment rules for the Municipal Act. The matters for which the revision is requested have been described in each application. We'll limit the discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matter must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessment of property are not considered evidence of market value at the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decision with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to an assessed value or classification, or the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the board order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by the applicant, followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about the application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 on our docket today. Mr. Robertson, please affirm the assessor at this time.
Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Jeremy Ryan Poole.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Seeing as the applicants are busy at this time and we'll be waiting for them, we're going to go into recess and we'll be calling the meeting back shortly. Okay, we're live. I'll call the meeting back to order. You want to swear in Mr. Neufeld and
Mr. Mercury.
Mr. Mercury.
Mr. Neufeld? You're muted. Please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld?
Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Mercury, please state your full name.
James Mercury.
Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
We'll be starting with item number 2, 170 Goulet Street. There's tax class and value on this one. Jeremy, if you'll start, please.
Sure. Roll number is 060930999900, 170 Goulet. The assessment is for $13,190,000. Virtually all of it, $13,099,000 is classed 40 with the liability of school tax exempt. The other 91,000 is class 40 with exempt status. Would it be proper to pause on that for a moment now and ask what the appellants, from my understanding, this has been a long-standing agreement going back a few years now, that there should be no issue in class 4 liability. But so with that, I'll move forward with just that statement, and then I'll just get onto the quantum. Or did you want to do the class and liability up front?
We should do the class and liability up front, I guess, hey?
Yeah.
Mr. Neufeld, where are you guys going on this one?
Nowhere. We can withdraw those class and liability.
Class and liability can be withdrawn?
Yes.
Okay. Right
And you're just dealing with value, correct?
Correct. Property was built in 2016. It is a access center for Winnipeg Regional Health. The tenant is us. It's community services. So the city of Winnipeg does occupy about 251 square feet in there. So realistically, it's just the access center that has value, or we're valuing today. The property is approximately 50,865 square feet. And we can just go to page number 10, which will highlight the building. As you can see, it's quite a large building on Goulet. There's ample parking. They actually have raised portions of the building where there's parking underneath it, and additionally off to the side, which is highlighted in the pictures. So that's what you see. Getting back to the actual value, we can start on page 3. These are the comparables that we're bringing in. The Winnipeg Regional Health comps are the first block. Obviously, 170 Goulet is a sub-property. It's a near $20 rent. When you factor in the other Winnipeg Regional Health properties that are access centers, we see that there's about 333,000 square feet. The median square foot is about 50,000. The average, weighted average, and median are all very tight at about $18.90 or so, $18.80. So pushing about $19. We see from the comparables for the rest of the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority non-access centers. We see what they're paying in the marketplace for 230,000 square feet. We have an average rent of about $18, weighted average rent slightly over $18, slightly over $19, and a median of approximately $8 again. So $18 seems to be $19 seems to be the range for Winnipeg Regional Health properties throughout the city, wherever they are. And the next page is non-regional health occupied property. So this is just general office, medical office tenants. We see that Larmere is a better office place, more in line with what Winnipeg Regional Health is as far as finish-wise, fit finish. We see that for the weighted average there were, and the average and median were all over 22, 23, pushing $24 a square foot. And below that, as you can see, are other properties as well. So they're leasing up as well. So again, you're approaching or over $20 a square foot. So the timeline's leading up to the reference date from 2015 up until the reference date. The rental rate that we have applied to the property, which is just under $19 is appropriate, and I'll get to that on the next page, which is on page 5. So for the 50,614 square feet, we have $18.69 square foot applied, which produces a PGI of $945,976. Our standard parameters apply at 5.5% vacancy. Non-recoverable expenses at 3%, shortfall at $8 a square foot. It gives us a net operating income of $844,859, capped at 6.45%. Gives us our 13 million, rounded $13,099,000. So on the opposite page, on page 6, and again, that was for the 40S, which is pretty much the entire building. The 40E, we have 251 square feet. It bumps the rate up to about $26 a square foot, which is just because it's such a small square footage, very tiny, and there really is no, how do you phrase it the right way? It's $91,000 into over 13 million. So I mean, it's a nominal point, but I'll go through it now. Again, same standard parameters, but the PGI that's produced is $65,039. Same standard parameter apply again, which gives us a net operating income of $5,884, capped at 6.45%, gives us the 91,000. So if we go over to page 7, is a synopsis of the income value, which gives us back to the 13,190,000 overall. If we go a little further, you see on the I&E starting on page 4, they submitted in lieu of I&E's financial statements, which you see start on page 18. The commercial rent income is approximately $959,000. So pretty much right with what we're saying. There is some parking income involved in this. We do not have a parking income stream on it, given the fact that it. I don't know how much of this parking would. I don't know how many of these stalls would actually be warranted to be given an income to. Some of them are community use. I'd have to do a bit more analysis on this, but I don't think an additional income stream at this point I feel would be appropriate. We'll review it back in the office place, and if there be any adjustments in future years, we'll look to put it on if it's appropriate. So on page 2 is just a follow up of the non-recoverable expenses. We see that their non-recoverable expenses is approximately a little under $3,000. And we see on page 20, their rental rate is $18.86 a square foot. You see the step ups that are below that as the lease goes on. This is I believe, a 30-year lease and another 30-year period after that for renew. So overall, it's about a 60-year lease for this property. So as you can see, we're right in line with what they're paying in other market, other areas in the marketplace, and the release shows it here too. So with that, it's a pretty basic brief today. I'm open for questions.
Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes. We've got 2 income streams here. Are you suggesting that the 251 square feet is a separate tenant?
My understanding is City Winnipeg by bilingual services. So yeah, that'd be City Winnipeg.
Do they have a separate lease with the property owner?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's 251 square feet into 50,000 over 50,000 square feet. So
I'm just looking at your page 20. That is the rent roll, correct?
Right.
So that would indicate that Regional Health is renting the entire building? You don't see the city there?
Looks to be that way.
So is it, or can we assume that this 251 feet is a sublease?
If that's what you're indicating, you're the property owner's representative. I didn't find anything in the IE. I know we went to the building and there was a small, I went to the building of the cells in Mercury. There was a small space in there that was non-related to Winnipeg Regional Health, but if that's incorporated through Winnipeg Regional Health.
Well,
it's 200.
so you have no, your source then of information on this was then a physical observation?
We went through this years ago. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just, you have no documentation on whether or not it's a separate lease. Okay, that's what I'm trying to clarify. And in regard to the subject lease, sorry, I'm bouncing around here a bit. You just mentioned that it was a 30-year term, correct?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, mostly all of them were a 30-year term with an option for another 30-year term, correct? So 60 years in total. I went through a number of leases. This was a number of years ago that we dealt with all these in the class code and liability, which is what I was a little bit.
Just talking about this one. You testified a 30-year term, correct?
I believe that's what it was.
And is this normal in the market?
As far as long-term leases, some leases go for long-term 15 to 30 years. This building was obviously site specifically built for this tenant, which would indicate a long-term lease. You're not going to do it on a short-term basis.
All right, and to follow up on that thought, you said it was specifically built. Did you investigate the negotiation behind the lease as to what the motivation was?
Come again?
Did you investigate the lease and the motivation of the rental rate?
No, we had discussions in meetings with yourself and with our legal team, inspections of the property. If there was anything that you wanted to bring up at that point in time, I guess you could have done it then. But no, I didn't.
Sorry, I'm asking you for your
I
answer.
didn't do any extra. I didn't do any extra due diligence on this, as it was quite clear this property was built for Winnipeg Regional Health, and the rents are associated with the construction of the building along the tenants.
And on your page 3, the top 7 you list as WHA. Were all of these similar in as comparables? Were all of these similar in style as being a lease that was enacted upon original construction?
These are all properties that were developed for access centers. 650 Main Street has some corporate head office for Winnipeg Regional Health in it. The access center is below it.
I was talking about the lease, not the use. Just, I mean, I'm looking at these. You mentioned 650 Main. Lease started in 2009, built 2010. So when you look at that, would you just are you aware of this the context in which these leases were undertaken?
As far as the leases that are in place, obviously you see for Goulet for 5 years. Other ones you see 25 years. And all I'm showing is what's reported to us on the INDs. So we're catching the step ups that were in that term, in that year, that's being reported to us. So if on the lease, like as you see on this IND, they give any follow-up information, we can see exactly how long the leases are. But I haven't actively gone into and asked for every single lease for this appeal.
Okay, on pages 5 and 6, were these values prepared by the model?
Yes, everything has been model driven today. I verified it. And then obviously we did my due diligence on to see if it was warranted.
On page 3 and 4, who prepared these rents?
I did.
And do you know when did you prepare these?
For this appeal.
For this appeal. So on or before the evidence filing deadline of October 20th?
Yeah, if that was the deadline, sure.
And were all of these rents sourced from the income and expense forms?
Correct, yes.
Okay. On the second batch on page 3, you list, there's a couple of buildings here. We're going to hear some of them later today. Number 17, 18, 19, 22, 23, 24. Did you look at the same issues as the access centers in terms of the start date of the lease and the construction and the motivation behind it?
Again, I looked at to see what the marketplace is paying for similar space. I went through Winnipeg Regional Health leases throughout the city to see what their marketplace would be, to see what tenants, as a tenant, what they would pay and what ownerships would want as actual rent. Then I went out and I looked at non-regional Winnipeg Regional Health Authority leases, which is on the following page. So we're doing both sides of the coin here. So
A number of these lease start dates that you mentioned are in 2020 and 2021. At that point in time, what income and expense form would that be taken from? Which year?
the line of questioning that you're asking me is a little, I'm a little step back, taken back from it. I'm taking the income expense questionnaires that we have for the 2020 year. I'm looking and verifying what's on them to catch in the current step up. So if a lease was signed several years ago, a few years ago, if there's a step up internally, each year I may have a different rate. I'm checking to see if it's verified in, at the reference date for April 1st, 2021. So I'm using the 2020 income expense questionnaire.
2020, okay. These properties listed in the comparables, and I would say numbers 8 to 20, well, maybe no, so maybe 8 to 27 on page 3 and 1 to 7 on page 4. Have they been heard at the Board of Revision this year?
I don't know, maybe. I'm only working on the properties that I've assigned. They may have been assigned to other assessors. Not sure.
What is the context of the income and expense form? What is the reason that the information is being requested?
Those 4 pieces of papers set up our entire assessments, basically our entire assessment role. We take the information that property owners that give to us signed to be complete, true, and accurate, and authorized, whether they be from the owners themselves or an agency held out to act as their representative. We then take that information and include it in our model. We develop a model from it. I use them for appeal defense purposes and also for verifying certain things non-appeal related. So they're an income and expense questionnaire. It's just basic facts that we're asking from the property owners, the performance of the property.
Does not the income and expense questionnaire say that this information is being collected to prepare the next roll?
That's yeah. I just explained that.
Okay, and does it say anywhere in that form that you're going to use them for defense of an assessment appeal for somebody else?
So no, it doesn't word it in such a way. If you want to, I'm doing an appeal for this property and all properties. If you're trying to make this into something else, please come out with your intentions. That's a very relevant question given the nature of what we're doing here today and what we've always done. So I'd like to ask the chair to make a point of order on this.
I'm trying to find where the point of order is.
We are questioning whether we can use the income and expense questionnaires, right? We've always done it. Agents and assessors have always done it. We provided them. And now all of a sudden we're somehow being questioned on fine print on the INEs, whether we are using them or how we're using them. I find this line of questioning a bit off base. So if there's a point in order in this, I'd like to know what Mr. Neufeld's and Mr. Mercury's intentions are.
Well, I'm sorry here.
Well, I'm sure we're going to find out their intentions when they present their information, but if you could stay more to the point, Mr. Neufeld, at this stage, and you can present that into your.
Oh, it's not up for present. It's going somewhere, and I just want to make sure we understand the ground, the framework of it first. And if we just asked and answered questions, we'd have been there a while back. My next question is then: is it not a concern for the privacy rights of the individual who supplies information that it's being used for something that was not intended to be used for?
I don't believe so at this point.
So if you have a lease that was written and obtained, as you said, from the 2020 mailer, that you feel then that it's appropriate to use it in this defense of somebody else's appeal?
Where do you see any leases? Where do you see any hard copy revealing of another property income expense questionnaire?
I'm sorry, I'm just using your answer.
Well,
You said the
okay, so
2020
you have
mailer.
you have the subject properties INE, which we're disclosing. You've disclosed it in the past for other properties. This property, other agents have. It's common. It's common. Where do you see any other disclosure of a hard copy image of any other INE?
I'll ask again, have you obtained permission from these people whose leases you're using that were obtained from mailers after the current mailers? Have you obtained their information at any point?
I have not contacted anyone on the income expense questionnaires for these individual mailers.
Okay, so now I have a question for the board. I have some concerns here, and I don't know if the board is empowered or that deals with the Privacy Act. And I guess I just want them to ask them if they feel that that's within their mandate.
Want to know if we could deal within the mandate of the Privacy Act?
Well, yes. I mean, this information was not released to the assessor for use for an appeal. It was released. It was given to the assessor for preparing their next assessment roll, and it's now being used to fight an appeal. Now, in generally, what you've seen at the board is that when somebody files an appeal, it's deemed, and they go to a hearing, their information is deemed to be in the public, and the assessor feels free to use it. And we're not objecting to that. What we're concerned about here is that none of these people have released this information to the public yet. We don't know if they've appealed or it's been heard and it's been released. We don't know when the assessor began working on this and decided to release this information without knowing that it had gone into the public domain. And it's essentially until the board opens its debate on, and here's the evidence, the information given by an individual or a company has to remain confidential. Once they deem it's released to the board, it's in the public, it is not. So we have a violation here, or a concern, I should say. I don't know enough about law to know what it's called, but we're dealing with the Privacy Act here of companies releasing information to the city of Winnipeg and then finding it disclosed without proper authority. So is this something the Board of Revision deals with, or is this a matter for other jurisdictions?
I think it would probably be a matter for other jurisdictions, because this is the information that's been brought forward is the same as we've had before, and it's the first time I've had anybody challenge this. So,
oh no, that's not.
But he hasn't presented any other sheets other than this one property, so I don't know where.
Yeah, that's fine. If it's not your jurisdiction, that's fine. That's really all I wanted to know.
Okay.
And with all due respect here, no, this is kind of jumping the gun. Normally, you don't see this. You see the assessor who will not divulge the address until such time as it has gone, the property has been heard, and then they just start disclosing the addresses. So this is release of private information in it on the without the right. So you say you have no jurisdiction? Fine, I'll move on to my other questions.
Thank you.
You stated that the non-recoverables were small. Now, would you not expect that a property that's a single tenancy on a long-term lease would have very low non-recoverables?
Generally, yeah, if you have a Winnipeg Regional Health tenant, they're gonna be probably as absolute net as you can get.
The capitalization rate of 6.45, was this, of course, I think I asked this already, but did that come from the model?
Yes, it did.
And in your chart you're presenting on page 8, would it fall into any of those classifications?
We have office medical. Obviously, there's a component of that in the office, but realistically, we don't have an office medical capitalization rate in this chart.
Okay, how many office medical buildings sold in the last 2 years before the reference date as investment properties? Do you know?
Not aware of any. Not aware of any. As far as this standard of building.
And if there are no sales of this type of building, whether you know aware of them or not, do you think that the model could be accurate?
When it's taken into context with the rest of the marketplace, absolutely.
And the rest of the marketplace meaning what, office?
You see what the general capitalization rates are. They range between roughly 6 and 7, given use.
Which
You see it about half in there. You see
what are you referring to?
For Bs, you see them between 6 and 7. For As, you see them between 6 and 6.5, 6.25.
Where are you referring to?
Office, very top. Generally, you see
page 8.
You just asked me about the chart. Now you don't know where the chart is?
Well, it's a different question. Page 8 and which columns? And the columns you're referring to?
Office, top.
Yes, I see that.
Chart's
That's
not
the row.
unfamiliar to. It's the same one we use virtually every year.
Okay, that's the row. The columns?
As you can see, generally office is between 6 and 7.
You're referring to Collier's, CBRE, and Cushman and Wakefield reports?
Generally, City of Winnipeg, Colliers, CBRE, Cushman Wakefield, you can see there's a little bit 5.5. You can get 6.25, but generally it's between 6 and 7.
No, I'm sorry. You said something like you're not aware of any office sales during this period. So how does the city manage to calculate a rate?
I said office medical sales.
Okay. So this is office, and all right, let's go there.
And again, we already established that we don't have an office medical capitalization rate chart in the chart.
How many office sales happened in the 2 years prior to the reference date of investment office?
I don't believe any. I didn't find any for office.
So then let's go back to my question. How do you, City of Winnipeg, get a cap rate without a sale?
Again, these are generated from model. These are generated from their information. I'm reflective of that. I've done several office buildings that have sold up in the relatively near future to the reference date. The best evidence is the last ones, and all of them were in between 6 and 7 as well. So
I'm going to see if Mr. Mercury has any questions, and just so the board understands, we're going over a lot of ground that we don't have to repeat later, so a little bit more time on the first one.
Thank you. Mr. Mercury, you had a couple of questions?
Just a couple, and Mr. Poole, just looking at your WRHA rents that you have at pages 3 and 4, I believe. You should be familiar with most all of these. I don't know if you've been in all of them. I assume you've been in a number of them. Is that correct?
Most of them, yes.
Okay, so not all. You say these are comparable leases of other access centers. You're aware that there's that access center is a kind of a general term in terms to use WRHA sites, that there is actually considerable differences within the various access centers. They offer a variety of different services, correct?
Correct. Let's put it a better way of looking at it. If you take away the word access center, obviously these are large buildings that are suited for Winnipeg Regional Health Authority tenancies. That's a general way of saying.
Right. And some of them,
the ones, just to be clear, the ones up top aren't like the ones on the bottom, where they're a few thousand square feet or 20,000 square. Like those are the main. So.
All right, and the rental rate that you're using, is that particularly because you're classifying them as medical office space?
We're classifying that. Well, no, when I'm looking at this, is this Winnipeg Regional Health Authority space that's being occupied? Yes. What are the rents that are being paid? As I already pointed out, 650 Main Street. Majority of that is head office, corporate office. The access center is below that. First two floors. So, yeah, there's a bit of difference of use for any individual space, but realistically, these are large tenant buildings occupied by Winnipeg Regional Health Authority, and those are the rates for reports.
Right. So I guess the question is, you didn't attempt to make any adjustments based on the physical characteristics or actual use of the building. You're just reporting the leases as stated.
The leases and the general use to Winnipeg Regional Health Authority.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Diane, any questions?
I do not.
Valo, any questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
I'll be good for now. Mr. Neufeld, are you going first, or are we having Jamie go first?
I believe I will go.
Okay,
Um,
make your presentation.
Thank you. Page 1 is the sorry, I'm just looking at something here. Page 1 is the workup here, and sorry, I'm going to ask you a question here. I'm confused. Does the presentation I have from you have a date of December 9th, 2016 on it?
Which presentation?
My evidence?
November 3rd, doesn't it?
Well, on my workup, I might be looking at the wrong one.
It's November 3rd. It's it says Board of Vision November 3rd. Your workup doesn't have a date on it.
Okay, sorry.
It's starting at 661,000 as your total rent.
I know what I'm doing. I was reading an old one while I was preparing. Just once. Oh, here, I got it. Okay. Yes, thank you. What we've done here is this building was a build-to-suit building. So the contract rent, as most all the WHA rents that you're seeing, were based on cost recoveries. And our cost recovery is not a rent. It is the amortization of the actual construction costs over a shorter term. And these terms don't equate to the same values as a standard lease in the market. And there are things in the construction that were non-realty items that are included in the costs, which are being recovered by the landlord. What we're attempting to do is to put these into a market perspective of values, and of course avoiding all the WHA rents, because they're pretty much all done the same way. The WHA went through a period of time where this is the direction they were going in, and now that direction has shifted. These are the leases they've made, and that's what they're paying. There's no doubt about that, but that's not what the market value is. The market value is determined by when you offered for sale on the market. Now, the workup is based on the total square footage, because it is a head lease of the site, and we're applying a rate of $13 a square foot. Based on market. Now, I'm going to just refer you to page 3. These are a number of suburban office rents. Some of these are rougher usage, a bit of industrial in them, for example, the ones on La Jamodier. But then as you go through to Desmuron and Provencher, these are office in the neighborhood. Inferior, but the rent reflects that. And there's more about the middle of the page on Wilson, and this is a converted warehouse office at 1050, and the 850 Pembina, which is another suburban building, which does have a few similar uses to the Access Center. That's at 950 a foot, and those I think are the strongest comparisons. About likely the 850 Pembina, because it's a newer building, and that one was a smaller space. And this starts to get into something that's a little bit more to do with approach than to do with value. But on page 4, from pages 4 to 9, are the recent evidence from the municipal board where we had a property who was underperforming the model, and the assessment department came in and argued, well, if it's not performing at we deem to be market, we will value it at market, and that rate was $13, forgetting about the actual performance that mattered. Now, so it poses for us a hypothetical question. If a property is performing under market and the assessor deems that it should be at their concept of market, does not the same concept apply if you're outperforming the market? If you're using a model, if you're using this concept of approach where contract doesn't matter, should not that concept be applied the same way? And in these cases, the rent was $13 where the property was earning $9. Now, when we were looking for some concept of where to go on, we know that the paid rent, or it's not rent, the paid returns are $18 in that neighborhood. But is that the market when the non-realty is included? So that is what we had calculated for the rental value. I'm laughing. I don't know what happened here. I think that this was a copy and that was submitted that we weren't planning on. The numbers weren't changed on. We had no intention of using. Oh, I see. Never mind. You're thinking I should be more prepared than I am. The vacancy rate was based on Johnson report and what is being experienced in the market. The page 11 is the categories broken down by Johnson. Now, the heading reads June 2021. That's the published date. So the production date was December 31st, 2020. And we often hear objections to this. And if they're to be entertained, then all of our evidence today gets tossed out. Because, I mean, we prepared it 2 weeks ago talking about what happened in 21. So does Mr. Johnson. It's the same concept. So in this category, downtown Class C was I see what the person who wrote that used that, but the downtown was 11.1 and suburban at 7. There is a breakdown here on medical, the fourth row from the bottom. You can see that the sample size is extremely low. If you took the WHA on its own, they would have 1 million square feet of space. So it does not take into account those buildings. Mr. Johnson does not capture those. This would be more of a suburban based number. And then the other number, which he does include, which skews his average off, is government. He's showing 0% for government. Then that impacts his totals for actual competitive real investment property. He does physical. Now the pages on his vacancy are listed on pages 12 through to 16. So this is the entire inventory. And I was just looking at the office vacancy, and if so this building is listed on his page 15 as being misidentified. That's not even the building. No, sorry. No, he doesn't have it listed at all. So this doesn't fall into his study. So the person who prepared this report concluded, based on this, which is just our standard methodology, that he looked at 9.9 in office and Class C downtown, which is similar to at 20% for 15%. I don't think that that's necessarily the number I would have applied. It probably would have gone a different number and on this sorry, I just probably closer to about 10% would be this category. I can give you an updated number afterwards. This isn't what I think we should hang our hats on. The non-recoverables, of course, are always a factor in any valuation, even though they're not incurred every year. Some years they're high, some years they're low. There has to be an industry standard, and on our pages 44 and 45, we have, these are properties that we have knowledge of, and we've reviewed their statements, and these are all investment properties with net rents. And this is about almost halfway finished. I'm doing this myself and trying to do all these. And you can see in this chart that there are buildings that'll have a good year and a bad year. That's just the way investment properties work. The most telling example would be the one that's the third and fourth from the top on page 44, Keenly side. Had a massive vacancy one year. 83% was their non-recoverables. They filled it. The next year it was 2%. So we don't use 83%. We don't use 2%. The mean of all these is the third column from the, sorry, on page 45, the sixth column, the mean is 9.81%. The median is 7.01%. That gives you an idea what the industry is doing. Now, some of these properties have additional costs for asset management. And I'm not debating whether asset management should be included or excluded, but then it brings those numbers up to 11% and 8%. The issue is very, very simple. The cash goes out to pay for non-recoverables on a variable time frame. And that money is not come out of the sky. It comes out of your earnings, which impacts what your investors get as a return. That's why we normalize at certain rates. And we normalize at 5% non-recoverables, 2% for structural reserve, just our breakdown, for a total of 7%. In this case, the shortfall is actually a bit lower than what the assessment department has in mind. And one of the reasons, I guess the main reason why, is it's school tax exempt, and the actual shortfall is less. So we can't argue against things on one side and expect to cherry pick whatever we want to argue with and not argue with. That is the shortfall. It's less because the taxes are less. The cap rate we've chosen is based on our model. Now, and that refer to page 2. There were no office industrial sales in the 2 years before the reference date. There was nothing happening. All investment sales were on hold because nobody was selling in this sort of a market. There were a lot of end user sales, but not investment. Buyers didn't know what the future held, and vendors, while they would like to raise cash, were weighing that against the possibility of recovery, but they also had a lack of buyers. There was actually one investment sale I noted, and that was 379 Broadway, which is like a Class D small downtown building, but the relationship on the vendor and purchaser was not good enough for me to call that an arm's length sale. That was as close as we got, and that's not enough to make a model for anybody. What Colliers has done is beginning on page 30 is we're doing this system wide, and what we're trying to do is protect everybody from the changes in both interest rate and investment sales and how they happen, and reminding everyone that the reason we have cap rates, the reason we do the income approach, is not to come up with a value that will not support paying your mortgage. It's just like someone getting a mortgage on a house who has to prove that he can make the payments based on his 40% of income. It's the same in commercial world. If you can't pay your mortgage with your rent, you don't get a cap rate that is going to go stretch the loan value. And what we've done here in page 30 is we link the bond yields and mortgage rates and the cap rate. And this is an average cap rate. This is a national level. So the intersect line on Q1 2021 is 4 points off the bond yield, and it's about 2.5 points above the commercial mortgage rate. This is band of investment, mortgage equity. This is how until actually the last when I started appraising, this is what we had to do. Now it's all people are going to direct comparison or direct capitalization. What we now are seeing is going back to this to give some security under the income approach that you do it right. On page 31, there's an explanation of the 23 Colliers points. The cap rate report itself begins on page 32, and it incorporates the chart that I just pointed out to you. Page 35 has Winnipeg rates. And regardless of what anyone wants to say, this is for advertising. This isn't for amateur appraisers to go to and say, I would like to use that cap rate because Colliers said so. You can't do it. And the disclaimers say you can't do it. On page 17 are definitions of the buildings, and this would fall likely under the office category. And then that takes us back. Oh, sorry, page 42 are all the office sales that came up on. This is Sabre Search. This is used by the assessment department and the appraisal people. These are all the CMOFF sales that happened in the reference 2 years before the reference period. And as I mentioned, there was just the one that was as close to being an investment sale, being 379 Broadway. The rest were not. So there's nothing happening in our market. Going back to page 2, our calculation of cap rate, we start with the lowest Colliers cap rate at 6% and then point out the deficiencies to arrive at a number using the 23-point system. And our issues, firstly, said this one story too many times, that we use closing costs. So that's a 3 points, which works out to 0.15 on the cap rate side. So a 6 would be a 6.15. That's our basement rate when you convert it to normal practices. Location, St. Boniface for a 50,000 square foot office, that's not a good location. There's not enough business there. If this weren't custom designed, built for a specific purpose, it would not be built, and that's not market. Design and layout, build to suit. It was a build to suit building for the access center. Cost to convert to alternate use is a requirement. The other major points were income growth potential, tenant strength, and income stability. Where we rank this low is, first of all, the paid rent will never be matched in the market. Put this up for rent, you're going to get $12 because that's all the market will bear in St. Boniface or most urban areas. The tenant strength, why we rank that low, even though the government has a good has a good covenant, they're dictated by policy, not real reasons. So they could vacate it tomorrow, and as a matter of fact, they have. For example, one of the comparables Mr. Poole brought forward at 1001 Corridon, they got out of that lease. Times change, and they moved on. That's not good, and that speaks to stability as well. You're living on March to March provincial budgets, and changes when a new government gets elected. They change the healthcare policy, and these things will change. And we already know where the next move is going to, and I obviously can't share that. But the access centers were one administration's viewpoint of handling the healthcare problems, and other administrations have different ideas. That's why we don't like it as an investment property. The 7.25 is what we came up with, and that's the extended value. I would recommend only using a 10% vacancy rate, however, but I don't have that calculation handy. That's my presentation.
Jamie, do you have anything to add?
Nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Poole, you have questions?
Yeah, I'll have some questions and then I'll have some summary commentary in closing.
Okay.
Page number 1, Mr. Neufeld. You're using $13, correct?
Yes.
So if you turn to your page 3, I only see 2 medical buildings. Actually, one in Sherbrooke with 2 tenancies at $13.41 and $9.93. Both are for minor fraction of what the subject property is. Is this what you're basing your rental rates from?
No, it's a review of all of these properties.
Thanks. Thank you. Specifically medical. Do you have any other medical in your?
No, I'm not doing this on the medical basis. I'm doing this as an office building, considering alternate use. The problem with medical rents is they're often impacted by things in the lease for TI that don't belong.
That's fair enough. I'm just asking the question. I'm trying to keep it short to get everything in today. So if we look on your next pages, on page 4 through 9, you're referencing 2 municipal board appeals that yourself and Mr. Mercury and myself had, correct?
Yes.
How many orders? Do you have any orders for these properties?
No, I don't have the orders. That I don't care what the board says. I'm just looking at policy.
Okay.
That's my
I haven't
policy.
the orders either. I've been asking them before. They've been heard quite a number of months ago. We haven't heard anything. It was in the spring, late. But having said that, since we don't have orders, this hearing's not been concluded. It breaks the confidentiality group board rules of 15.1 and 15.2 of the board rules for the municipal board. How are you using these as evidence here today when that hearing's not concluded? Public record.
Sorry, what was that reference you said? 15 what?
15.1, 15.2 of the municipal board rules. This hearing has not been concluded. We do not have a decision. That information is specifically for that hearing. For both these hearings, there's actually three appeals and 2 hearings. This is confidential material until we actually get an order.
Sorry, I'm just trying to read this 15.1. You're saying in the act?
Yeah.
15.1, errors do not affect validity. That's
No,
what I'm-
you're reading your municipal board rules, not the board of revision rules.
okay. Just a second. Yes, I gotta find that.
I'll read it for you. Confidentiality 15.1. All parties and their agents are deemed to undertake not to use the documents for information to rules 13 or 14, which is the submissions or rebuttal, apply to any other purpose for those appeals in which the material is obtained. So since we don't have an order, the hearing's not concluded. Why are you using these?
I'm sorry, I'm just looking for the context of those rules.
Sorry, if I just may interject, I think Mr. Neufeld, what he's referring to are the municipal board rules, not the act.
Right, and
Section
I'm-
15 sub 2 goes on to state that until it becomes an exhibit in the hearing of an appeal, the board must ensure that material filed with it remains confidential. Our
Hearing's
understanding
not
is that
concluded.
just let me finish. 15.2 states that until it becomes an exhibit in the hearing, this was obviously filed as an exhibit in the hearing, and at that point, it's clearly no longer confidential. So that is the context in which this is provided. So prior to exhibits being filed, it's the general practice of the board to keep matters confidential. That changes once it's publicly filed as an exhibit.
I have to strongly disagree, because the order that we've been going on in the point of process that we've been going on is we have the actual hearing's not concluded. We've set our presentations.
I'm just reading the rule, Mr. Pohl. So I'm not.
Moving on to the actual use of these properties. These are high-rise office buildings downtown. Correct, Mr. Neufeld?
Which is high rise?
215 Gary and 125 Gary, the properties that were under appeal at the municipal board.
Yes, they are.
This is a suburban medical office. It's not.
Well, see, that's the assessment department's classification. I'm in the real estate business, and we're looking at this as real estate.
First of all, the reference dates for these appeals. The reference date for these appeals are April 1st, 2014.
Sorry,
Gentlemen,
One
if
person
you
just
speak
speak at a
over
time,
each other,
please.
we're not gonna hear you. Because what happens is you shut each other off and then it's just a blur to us, okay? So please let's come back toward the chair with your information. And when that's finished, then answer the questions, please.
So
I'm sorry, what? I hadn't finished answering.
Okay, finish answering your question.
We were dealing with these as real estate because office buildings have the greatest ability to be used for medical, and as a matter of fact, most of these buildings will have a medical office in it.
Okay, so again, reference date for these appeals for April 1st, 2014 for 125 Gary and 215 Gary, and then the follow-up appeal was the next cycle for 215 Gary, which would have been April 1st, 2016. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So these are significant time periods away from the April 1st, 2021.
Yeah, that was a matter that we looked at, and the problem is that there's a complete lack of good evidence or in the reference period, and actually they would show a decline in office during the reference period. So it was fair. I thought it was fair to use the older ones because it wasn't going to get better. It was probably going to be worse.
Moving on to your page 11. June 20. This is the Johnson report for June 2021. It's clearly post-reference. Your entire submission from Johnson report is post-reference by clearly past April 2000.
No, it isn't. By the same token, your report is post-reference because you made it and prepared it and submitted information after the date. Now you will say, oh no, but I used data from before the date. That's the same thing Johnson does. So I don't buy that argument. That's completely improper.
Would this report be available on April 1st or before 2000?
Was your brief available in April 21? It's the same idea. It's
This
not
is a-
available. It's a history story.
I think to me, my point, can you tell me what the medical related vacancy is? It's at the fourth line from the bottom.
The medical related is, if you, that's what we were looking at on medical related is listed on page 14. That is the inventory that they used, and 15.
Page 11 says 4.8%.
Yes, and the backup information is on page 14 and 15. And I said in my testimony that that is not a good indicator. When you look at the backup information, they will have owner occupants who may or may not have a vacancy, but it's being reported as zero because look at, for example, Misericordia General Hospital Corporation, 12,000 feet on Sherbrooke, no vacancy. Of course they don't. They own it. So you can't read one number and make a conclusion on that basis. It's just too small a sample size, and the method of collection. That's why we put all the data in here, so you can see it and read it, and make an educated estimate.
Page 44 of your brief and page 45 of your brief, your income statements examined. You have examined all of the leases and all the income statements for the access centers for Winnipeg Regional Health, correct?
No, we don't get statements. We only get the leases because a lot of these are tenanted.
You don't get the statements.
Well, a tenant doesn't get the right to those.
You don't have any information as far as the leases or the financial statements for these buildings?
No, I have the leases. I do not have the financial statements.
So you have the leases. So you have the leases for, say, the Booth Center. You provided that to us in appeal.
Sorry, for which one?
For the Booth Center.
Booth? No, Booth isn't a lease. It's same user.
Okay. I'm just curious, at the end of the actual lease in place, how many years is this lease from your knowledge?
I don't have it open in front of me. It would just take me a minute or two to find it. Okay, so it was the original lease was changed. I have a 2014 lease term.
Is it a 20-year lease? Is it a 40-year lease? 60-year lease?
That's I'm just getting that here. Term. 25 years.
Is there an option? Is there an option for another 25 years, another significant portion? What is the total totality of the lease and any options?
Okay, that's a different part of it. Okay, option to renew or extend 2 additional terms of 5 years.
So 2 additional terms. So it is a 30-year lease.
No, 25 plus 2 5s. So it could run to 35. But I just want to see, there was an amendment 2 years later, whether or not that was changed. No, that dealt with fit up repayment. No, it didn't change in the amendment.
In the lease agreement, is there any, the transfer of ownership, is there any at the end of the executive lease, and once it's executed in full, transfer of ownership from the property owner to Winnipeg Regional Health?
Just see the rights to.
And if so, for how much?
Yeah, I'm just looking here. That would be a right to. I have to read the whole 50-page lease. It's not tabled of content here. So I don't, if the board wants me to spend the time doing it, I'm happy to do it, but I'm looking.
In other leases, it was section 35. You might want to scroll down to that if it has a section 35.
Mr. Pools, do you have the answer and you're asking the question?
Other leases, there's an executive at the end of it for Winnipeg Regional Health become owner of the property for $1. I'm just curious if it occurs here, because the security of this income would be absolute. They wouldn't be walking away from it. And any potential buyer of it for the number of the years in place would see that this tenant isn't going anywhere. And the rest that are.
That's a real backwards approach to valuation. What it does is tells you they're buying the building and paying a mortgage, not that there's security.
It'd be more reflective of the bond that we buy. Which is
Okay, well, I'm answering your question. That is a purchase agreement when you talk about a $1 buyout, not a lease. But I'm looking for it.
It's a $1 buyout. That's why I'm asking this for different.
Gentlemen, now all we're doing is arguing. Let's get back to the question and answers, please.
I'm just asking if there is an option to purchase at the end of the lease and what the term is.
Yeah.
It doesn't appear that the agent knows, or at least looked at it.
There's a few extensions here, and that's what I'm looking for here. So there's a few hundred pages here. Again, I'm okay looking for it. I don't know if this one's searchable. Let me just see. No, my version isn't searchable, so it's manual.
I'll move on from it. I think I made my point. That's all the questions I have.
Diane, do you have any questions?
I do. In regards to page 44 and 45, are you saying those are all medical buildings or office buildings or just buildings, period, that vacancy is?
Yeah, they're investment buildings. There are a variety of different users: retail, office, industrial.
Okay, that's fine. I just was trying to, because I looked up some of the addresses and I was like, okay,
Yeah,
right. Perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Val, do you have any questions?
None right now. Thank you.
My question to you, Mr. Neufeld, is on your page 1. Let's go with your vacancy. It was 1505. You said you're dropping that down to 10 verbally. Where do you get 10 from? Because the building is totally leased out, is it not, at all times?
Correct. One must always put a risk for vacancy on every building, regardless if it's full or not. That's a standard methodology, and I see we do not have a dispute on the application from anyone. It's the amount of the application. And what I had looked at was the overall number in suburban on page 11, which is at 9.9.
Page
sorry,
11, you said?
No, overall city rate, page 11.
Yeah.
And it's 9.9. And in there we have some zeros for government, which don't put a lot of weight on. But then you also have some high vacancies in the miscellaneous class, it would appear to me that we would use a broader rate of 9.9 rounded to 10.
Why would you not choose the medical or the government rate? Because this is a government building, is it? Well, it's rented by the government.
Right, but then if you carry on to look at the data on this, and you would look at, for example, page 13, this is downtown, government are listing at 0, government owned, government occupied. We actually don't know what their vacancy is because they could have entire floors vacant, but they're paying the lease. So this doesn't calculate a actual vacancy. This calculates a money vacancy. And with medical, it's the same thing. The ones on the lease, for example, on this page, first one is National Research Council at 400 Ellis. I can't read my print there, 405 Ellis. This building is available for lease, but it's entirely controlled by National Research Council. And it's got a lot of vacancy in it, but the report says no vacancy.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an area where the Johnson report is got its blinders on, and essentially the data that they pick up in the market is fairly reliable, but the data that they're trying to collect from owner occupants is not reliable.
But there's no cost to the owner of this building if they're paying a full lease as if it's full or empty. So why are we claiming a vacancy of that high?
Yeah, well, that is correct on the money side, and that it's paying through. It's just an application that, I mean, the Appraisal Institute theory says apply a vacancy rate that is market driven. And what you can do with the market driven rate is you can increase it or lessen it based on your opinion of where this fits in. That is possible, but you have to apply something. And I think that the market side, if this were on the market with multiple tenants and not one tenant with a long-term lease, you would see a 15% rate. So that's why I'm bringing it down to 10. The office vacancy rate is horrible. And does anybody want to buy Manitoba Hydro, 820 Taylor, 200,000 square feet of government office? So where does that fit into the report? How come it's not listed? It should be. And if you put that in, all of a sudden the vacancy rate for government goes to 20%. But they haven't done that. And it's for sale or lease. It's on the market, been empty for years. And that's really the problem with Johnson.
We have no further questions on that. Summation. Let's start with you, Mr. Poole.
This building is a high quality building. It's an access center, 50,000 square feet. It was developed in tandem with the owner of the property. As you can see, there's other property out there that has been done similar with my comparables 1 through 7. This property is at market. There's two sides of the market coin. There's owners, and then there's also the tenant. Winnipeg Regional Health happens to be the tenant here. But other property owners are developing similar properties, and you see the rents that are in place there. To say it's not market is ridiculous. You see 6 other comparables that are exactly similar to this building and what they're going at. So that's good market evidence right there. Our valuation is done on a fee simple approach. As you can see, it's not contractual to the contractual performance of the building. We're looking at the overall picture here. What would this building most likely lease out at the reference date as it sits? And you see the rents that are in place in the market. So from that point on, I feel we're appropriately valuing the property. On the opposite side of the room today, we see a brief that is referencing only 2 small medical tenants on page 3. We see a brief that is referencing that we have 2 municipal board orders or 2 municipal board submissions that shouldn't be looked at, and they're completely off reference. We see on page Starting on page 10, the vacancy rates for Class B and C buildings, or OFB, OFC buildings, which are downtown and have nothing to do with medical. We see the Johnson report, which is clearly post-reference in June of 2000. So, and then furthermore, we see on the end of the study on page 44 to 45, income statements that have been examined, but you see the subject property not listed on it, and clearly it's been looked at. So with that, I don't feel the workup from the agent is warranted of any reduction and any consideration. I think our assessment is appropriately levied today, and I think it should be confirmed. Thank you.
Mr. Neufeld.
Yes, thank you. The building was built to suit. The rent that was applied to it was based on section 16.7 of the lease, which is the cost to build. That's not a lease. The leases for WHA were actually negotiated by our office. Chris Cleverly was the agent, and there is some standardization in the leases because we prepared them all, which is why I'm surprised I couldn't find the clause I was looking for. But our information didn't come from reading about it or speculating. It was firsthand. These are cost recoveries. So we looked at these and said, what would you get in the market for this? And I think that the assessor is trying to be a little overly dramatic. There are 17 suburban office lease rents in there. And our rents are provided when we know that they're accurate and they don't contain influences which would take away from the definition of market value. Suburban office is not a hot commodity. We've got hundreds of thousands of square feet of vacancy, and plopping 50,000 in St. Boniface doesn't mean you're going to fill it. Our object here isn't to figure out how much the WHA should pay for it. We're supposed to do market value. And what is the proof that this rent can exist? Now, the assessor has, in his evidence, has brought in WHA leases, which are all based on the same model at the same time of amortizing. In the multi-tenant buildings, the TI costs. In the single-tenant buildings, it's the construction cost. This isn't market. Then the other sales that he's brought forward, you'll note the unit sizes, 2,000, 3,000 square feet. That's not reflective of the economy of scale. The test on this would be put 50,000 feet on the market in the suburbs and see what you get. And that test hasn't been met by the assessor. And our test on it was smaller units. It's true, but at least our leases are clean, researched, third-party verified, not read off in an income and expense form without verification. The risk on a vacancy, incidentally, my opinion is that the vacancy in the workup was too high, and I thought a number was closer to 10%, and I have a corrected amount that we are requesting. I've changed my vacancy to 10%. The NOI changes to 524,478, and that comes to a market value of 7,234,181, 7,234,181, rounded to 7,234,000. And I'm sorry I did not do the breakdown on exempt versus school exempt, but this property is on head lease for WHA, so the sublease to the other party is irrelevant. It's the whole thing is one unit. I mean, the space the city has is open. It's a counter in the main building, in the floor. So it's just going to be a fraction of the total area at the same rate, and which would be 0.5% of the value. So that would be $36,000 and the rest is school exempt. That's the way we would calculate it.
Sorry, Rocky, what was the new NOI?
524,
Yeah,
478.
oh, 524,478. Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry, my notes are really messy. Non-recoverables, which is brought up, is again, it's the same as the vacancy issue. You don't just take the building and say they don't exist. It's the money back to the owner, and it's not the individual building in this case. Absolutely not. Non-recoverables have to be applied to everybody because it's always a risk to happen. And when you look at the statement that was provided, you'll note that there were some interesting areas that were not listed in the statement that the assessor provided. I was just looking at, for example, I don't see accounting. I don't see professional fees, which of course are non-recoverables. So it is a skimpy statement, and that's fine. I didn't provide this. I would have found the information had I provided this. We have no access to it. And that's and I don't know if Mr. Mercury has anything more to say.
Just a couple of comments in terms of, we've heard lots of reference to medical building and comparables for medical space. There actually aren't any interior photos in the assessor's brief. It appears to be all exterior photos. There is a large amount of administrative space in this building. And so the criticism to look at a broader range of office buildings in my submission is not warranted. I believe Mr. Pohl's been in the building. We've been in the building. It's not a matter of contention that certainly there is clinical space in this building, but as a overall proportion, there's much more administrative space in this building. So as Mr. Neufeld stated, I'm not going to repeat his submission or evidence, but we have to look at the market in terms of what an office building would lease for in this subject area, and that's the task at hand. So with that, I think you have our submissions.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That'll conclude that matter for now. We're going to move on to number 3. Now I've got two. Number 3's got Altus and Colliers.
Correct. And Altus is present. They're wishing to, well, Jared, you could probably explain it.
Simply wishing to defer to Mr. Neufeld, submission and the presentation.
So you're just deferring then. So we're not going to call you up.
Perfect.
Okay, so we're not going to call you up, and we're going to defer to Mr. Neufeld and Jamie on number 3 and number 4, I guess, then we'll move to.
Well, hold on a second.
How are we going to deal with number 3? I'm going to ask that question.
They are not withdrawing. No, they are just deferring the brief, etc., the presentation to Colliers. So Colliers would be essentially an equivalent presentation, from what I understand.
That's what I'm.
So in
How do we
theory,
deal
you
with
could have,
that? Can I finish with I just got a couple of questions for him first. Are you saying we can deal with both? I don't think we can.
So it's going to be this. It's going to be one order,
Yeah,
and it's going to be carbon copied. So your decision applies to both, and then both applicants will receive a copy of the same order.
that's what they want.
Yeah.
So we don't have to call number 3 yet.
You read it. I would say to be safe, read it into the roll, and then
But we're reading it in the roll on number 4.
yes, actually you are. So no,
I
you
can't
don't.
read it twice.
Yeah.
We're just gonna move on past number 3 and we'll deal with it after the meeting. Number 4 is 603 St. Mary's Road, tax class and value.
May I have 2 minutes?
Say it again.
Can I have 2 minutes?
2 minutes, you mean a break?
Right? Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, okay, let's take 2 minutes.
Bye.
Jeremy will be dealing with the 603 St. Mary's Road. And I understand it's tax, class, and value again on this one. And Colliers is representing. When you're ready, Jeremy?
May I first ask, is the class tax, liability and class also being withdrawn on this one as well? And just the quantum?
Rocky, are we withdrawing the class and tax?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be the standard for all of them. I'm just calling up the briefs right now. What's the file number on that?
221863.
And it's all 40S. No, that's correct. We'll withdraw class and liability.
Okay, roll number is 08021211700603 St. Mary's Road. For the 2023 assessment, we have $5,515,000. We see that this building was built and then converted in 2010 into a Winnipeg Regional Health property. We see on page 11. This is where it's located at the corner of St. Mary's and St. Anne's. I've been to the building with the agent and his legal counsel. It's used as a birthing center. There is a smaller portion in use at that time as a training center as well for Winnipeg Regional Health personnel. We see that the income expense questionnaire is on the following page. There's income as well as a bit of parking for 54 stalls. There's an attached rent roll rather than the income expense questionnaire being filled out. So of the building, they have rents in place of $16.23. And then again, it looks like or appears for the additional 6,000 square feet. Below that, an additional rent of $5.78 for a total of $21.44 a square foot. And then it's 100% occupied. Obviously, it's a single tenant building. From that, we can go back up to the workup. It's the same group of comparables that we have for the last property. You see the comparable of 17 on page 3, which is Winnipeg, which is the subject property of Winnipeg Regional Health here. And we have a reflective at $22 a square foot for the subject property. We see that the OFM comparables are on page 4, same ones that we were dealing with before for non-Winnipeg Regional tenant spaces. We have an additional parking stream in here as well, given that this is the area around medical uses, that the median, mean, and average is about 62, 51, and 33. Sorry, 62 and $51. The minimum and maximum is 30.92. We have for 30 stalls, or sorry, 54 stalls, $30 a square foot. So it's at the minimum here at this location. And there is parking income that is being pulled in from this as well, as shown on the INEs. So when we go to the income and expense, when we go to the workup on page 7, the office medical, the building workup, we have for 13,812 square feet, $22.84. We have for the basement area, which again is leasable at 12,460 square feet at substantially lower $5.75 for a total area of 26,272 square feet. The PGI is $387,111. Same standard parameters that applied last property. Produces a net income of $343,285. And the capitalization rate is a little different here because of the building as well, the location. So it's 6.65 here So that's capped gives you the 5,162,000. Whereas additionally, the income stream for on page 7, the parking that's on site, we have again the $30 net stall rate, which produces a net operating income of 19,440, capped at our standard 5.5%, gives us 353,000. So on page 8 is a synopsis of the total of the two income streams, which is 5,515,000. And with that, I feel same rationale that was applied last appeal, with the exception of the parking here, where we do have a small income stream on, minor income stream on. I feel the assessment is correct and it should be approved today. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Questions, Mr. Neufeld?
What's that? Damn it. Ah, I'm sorry, I was looking for my screen here. Yes. You on page 1, you show a leasable area of 26,273 square feet. Why does the same number not show up on page 3 in the highlight?
On page, gross leasable area 28,464 square feet. Leasable is 26,273 square feet. On page, which highlighted in yellow.
Yes.
Go down to the INE. We have 13,812 square feet on the actual INE. Below that, we have two rents, one for $16.23 square feet and one for $5.78 a square foot. So what I believe here, and correct me if I'm wrong, they have amalgamated the areas for two separate rents to account for the basement, right?
Well, and you don't know the answer to this. I mean, I'm just looking at this, and it looks like you got the main floor based on your area.
Yeah.
You're using half the area, and it doesn't seem to.
I'm using what they're reporting to us on the INE.
Right, 26,273 square feet. Page 3, you've decided it's 13,812.
The total is correct for the totality of it.
Well, if you look at the page, the other one you brought up, page 16, you say they have two rent breakdowns, and I'm looking at the monthly amount of 18,000 and 6,000. So did you add those two together and apply it to only the 13,000 feet instead of the whole building?
That's what they're reporting. They're reporting $16.23 and $5.78 to the 13,812 square feet.
Where's the basement then?
If this is incorrect, part of this is discovery, please indicate. This is what they're reporting to us. This is what we.
I'm just looking at what you did, not what they did. So you just did you make the assumption that the total rentable area was 13,812 square feet?
The total above grade, I believe so. If there's an error in the areas, we can go through that here today.
And so where's the rent then for the basement then in your charts? Did you not have one?
Again, like I stated, we're only as good as what's been reported to us as to the assessment department. We see two separate rents. They're distinct, $16.23 and $5.70. I literally highlighted it in yellow because it was one of the issues that came up in my mind's eye. So part of this is discovery. Part of this is what we're looking to ensure that we have correct. What is the base? You're the representative of the tenant. You're the representative of who's paying this lease. If the square footage are wrong or incorrect, please let us know and we can go for that here.
Well, I mean, I don't think you can answer a question with going
I walk through the
out.
property. I walk through the property with your agent, with your.
You don't know the answer, that's all. You don't know how this happened, 13,000 to 26,000.
No, and in particular, I'm not sure if we ever went through the basement area when we inspected this property with Eric Newfeld and Mr. James Mercury. I believe we went through the upper area. I don't recall. Maybe we did. It was quite a long time ago.
Well, on the same page one, you've got plan area 15,764, basement 12,711. Again, going back to the 13,812 on page 3. What, you did not reconcile these numbers or no?
No, we went through this last time. I don't believe there was an error here. So if there is, please let us know. If there's some discrepancy in the rent area for what's applied to what's space above grade or below, we can go through that here today.
All right, so if there is a discrepancy, then are you saying that you have to amend your report's
I
not
say I
accurate?
have to listen to what's being presented here today, and if there's any photos, any evidence, any amendments to leases, anything that you can provide as a tenant to show that there is an error.
When you said in your verbal comments that it's around medical uses, you're referring to parking. What did you mean by around medical uses?
Oh, as far as the parking, as
Yeah.
you can see, areas you have on Goulet, you have on Bertrand, you have on 394 Taché. Those are all related and close to medical uses.
These are what medical use would that be? The St. Boniface Hospital?
Yeah, generally medical. There's medical buildings around. So
And what's medical in the region around the subject, other than the subject?
Just believe the subject.
Okay. On page 13, did you note that remark when you calculated your rent, where it says tenant only pays a portion of the management fees?
Which page are you looking to?
Page 13.
And yes,
Did you take that into account when you estimated a net rent of $22?
I'm just being reflective of what's actually being shown. How much of it is percentage, we don't know. All you see is the line that you see.
Well,
They're not giving sums.
Sorry, you presented this on page 3, rents, and it says net per square foot on page
Yep.
3. Then on page 13, they're telling you, no, it's not a net lease. It says we don't recover everything. So did you take that into account?
What I'm taking into account is being reflective on the rent highlighted in yellow. Again, you see the rent for the discrepancy and the $16.23 and then $5.78. I also highlight the rent at below that in the summary charges, $21.44. It's not highlighted for no reason. So this is what we have. So it looks like it's approximately 56 cents off into 21 or into $22.
56 cents, and where does that come from?
Simple math from the 22 to the 21.44.
I don't see where these numbers are coming in. That's I'm just
They're in black and white on the page. It's highlighted in yellow.
which page?
Page 16 of my brief,
Yes,
highlighted in yellow.
yes.
That's where they're coming.
Where it says rent 2144.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, who's in the basement then?
Again, it looks like Winnipeg Regional Health occupies the whole property. I don't recall walking through basement during inspection. Part of this was discovery here. That's why I highlight these numbers to confirm that there is a basement and that they are occupying it in the square foot areas.
Well, based on your evidence, then shouldn't we just change the rentable area to 13,812 square feet?
I have that in my comparable at the top.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, taking a page, now you've got page 7, you've got 13,812, and then you're adding 12,460 for the basement.
And part of this is discovery. I have some questions for you as well. We'll wait till we get to your presentation. So this is the information I have. I've answered your questions. Is there any further questions you have?
So part of this, you say part of this is discovery. I mean, shouldn't we be having an accurate assessment role when you put it out?
We're being reflective of what's been given to us on that page. It's highlighted in yellow. You're the representative tenant today.
Okay, I'm just a question to the chair. Is it fair to say that since these rents are all the same, that any question asked and answered in the previous hearing would carry forward to this hearing?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Only new questions. Page 3280 booth, comp 5.
Yep.
Who's that between?
I believe it's Grace Hospital and principals of the Grace Hospital as well. They're two separate corporations, my understanding.
But not a transaction between unrelated individuals, is it?
Two separate corporations, and at least between.
Okay, but they're the same parties. They're owned controlled by the same parties, are they not?
I believe that some of the principles are the same, but as far as going to the lease, it looked like it was a valid lease at market. So
now, of these comparables 1 to 7, I'd asked earlier about for build to suit. Based on this, are there any leases in here that were not done on a build to suit basis, to your knowledge?
I would assume no.
Okay. Well, what about number 3, 975 Henderson, which was built in 2003 with a 2018 start?
Yeah.
Was this a build to suit?
I couldn't tell you the exact motivations of the built to suit for all these. You're property representative of this as well. You could just say.
Yeah, I can testify myself later. I don't need your help. Just answer what I'm asking.
I couldn't answer that question.
I think that's all I was going to ask, unless Mr. Mercury has some questions.
Mercury, do you have any questions?
No, other than on 280 Booth, Mr. Cole, you're aware that that property is considered part of the Grace Hospitals and in fact an exempt property?
Yes, I am aware of that. We went through it, we walked through it, and the lease provided to me by yourselves.
Yeah, thank you. It's my only question.
Diane, do you have any questions?
I actually do. So back to page 16, where you show the two different rents, and you've broken down the two rents on your, I think it's page 4 or page 3 or whatever, where you put 13,812 square feet at 2284 and 12,460 at 575. So you're not taking the 575 off of this 578, and then the 1623 is the other. You've actually added the 16 and the 5, and then add an additional $5 for the basement. Is that correct?
Yeah, just to be clear, when we went through it, I don't recall actually going to the basement area. Maybe I'm wrong. We went through it with Mr. Mercury and Eric Newfeld and the representative from Winnipeg Regional Health. I can't recall going through that. So my question here is to ensure that there is a basement area, and if so, was any rent? Is it leasable? Is it just off space that's non-leasable that they're not really using, and all the rents is attributed to the main area? And is the main area reflective of the $22 or $21.40 when you take management costs off? So that's one.
Okay, but you never asked on this here if that 578 was actually the basement that they were renting to somebody when you were there.
Well, there is no one else in there.
There's nobody in the basement. You never looked at the basement.
We never looked in the basement, and there was no other tenancy in this property.
Okay,
So
all right.
my question was going to be to the appellant, was there any, was this a lower value for a substandard basement finish? And if so, is the predominance of the $22 put into the main area?
So you didn't know anything about the basement, yet you assigned a $5.75 like a storage area place? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's
Or what,
they-
like, I'm just confused here. Sorry.
So that's what they put on their INE, as you can see from the area. They only have one area, 2,812 square feet
Mhm.
for two rents.
Okay,
So it's not clear that there is
because it
just-
says the 13,000 on the other side, you're adding the two together, and that's got nothing to do with the 12,460.
exactly.
Okay, I got it
So
now. I got it now. I got it. I just had to have, okay. Thank you.
The basement area could be there, and it could be virtually non-influential to the overall. We don't know.
Right,
I wouldn't want.
right. I understand now. Thank you.
Val, do you have any questions?
I know I was a bit confused about that 578 too, but it's been answered. Thank you.
Okay, the parking, was there something in their INE on that, or?
1 second. Yes, they collect a monthly.
Which page?
If you look on page 12,
Yeah,
you see that they have a outdoor stall count of 54, and then they rented a monthly rent of $11,610 dollars. So that's all we have to go from. They're clearly collecting rent, and it looks like they're doing it from the entire parking lot, not on an individual stall basis. And that's what we have.
and yours, back to your page. And you put it at,
$30. It's at a minimum rent.
and you had it at $30 per unit.
Yeah, typically we don't like, I mean, that's a really, really low rent, and that's reflective of the area that it's in. So
And your cap rate, your 5.5, where'd you get that from?
it's an office medical building. We don't have any cap rates for that on the actual chart.
No, it's for the parking lot. You got a 5.5 on the parking lot.
That's just the standard cap rate for parking lots. I don't have a parking lot cap rate here from the model to put in the chart, but that's just the standard 5.5 service.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move on to your presentation, Mr. Neufeld. Please.
Okay, moving screens here. Okay, sorry. The just to clear up the leased area, the lease specifies 13,812 square feet because it was written up at the time the building was altered, so to speak. I think this was the CKND television studio, and the construction pretty much removed everything down to the framing, and then it was rebuilt. So at the time they were writing the lease up, they knew what the plan area was, and that's how the lease was written up. It ended up being built with some upper floor area and some basement area. And the basement area does have utility. They have they do use the space. There are some rooms down there under the standards of the brokers. It probably would not be considered rentable space. So we're kind of in a gray area here. But the point is, the rent is the rent. So you either put it all on the main floor and it covers the basement, or you split it up. So it'd be misleading though to present it as all being attributed to the main floor when you're using it for comparative purposes, because then you have to include some value for the basement. And what the statement refers to that the assessor has provided, and this is of course is information we do not have, is that the on his page 16, is the breakdown between the main floor and the basement, and those are the two rent lines. So on that page, you'll see it's 1623 on the main floor and 578 in the basement. And that's the way it's broken down. But again, this predated the finish of construction. Like the other buildings, the deal was done prior to it being constructed. The actual lease is rather interesting in that it includes the RFP tender for the building work, because it went out for lease based on the cost to build. And it's a pure cost recovery lease. Again, very, very similar. The lease was written by the same people at Colliers, Chris Cleverly and Pat Burke. They did all of these leases for WRHA. So they're all build to suit leases, or build to suit repayments, not leases. Now, in this case, as opposed to the other case, we looked at what these numbers were, and we're going to apply them for a few reasons. One is it is a smaller property, and as a smaller property and in a better location for this style of use, or for an office use, slightly better than Goulet. It's a site that somebody could find an alternate use for, because it's not as big. And it's true, the lease does include additional payments for parking, but it also is not a net lease. So for simplicity's sake, we looked at 1623 a square foot as it's stated in the lease. And really, if we put 13 per foot and added in the parking, it'd be the same number. And that was our thinking, again, trying to make these things simple, because we go through a mathematics exercise every time we go to the board and show you the actual details. We're spending 2-3 hours on a property. So this was a simplified approach to it. And the rent is fairly well established in that way at $296,188 of income. As before, I feel the vacancy rate is high, and again, we should look at the whole market. 10% was what we should apply, and I'll give you the new number later. Again, the concept is simple: is even if you're not having a vacancy, if you have to think of the market. When a building goes vacant, a big building with a single tenant, it's going to be 100% empty for a longer period of time. A multi-tenant building will be 10% empty for a short period of time. And that's why you have to put higher vacancy rates on single tenant buildings, because when you do have a vacancy, it's going to be bad. It's not the year it happens, it's when it could happen. And in this case, that's, again, it's a concern you would always put in big buildings. And we can't just assume, well, it's because the government owns it. They're always going to pay their rent. That's nothing to do with valuation. What it is in terms of the vacancy rate, everybody gets a vacancy rate. Now the non-recoverables, again, 5%, and in this case, we don't have a statement as to what they actually are. Obviously, some of the management fees, and we're using a standard allowance. Shortfall, using a lower number than the assessor, because again, it is school exempt. So for now, it's not going to have a high shortfall. But I guess the only concern I have about that, I was sitting here thinking about this, if it went vacant, it wouldn't have the advantage of the school tax rate. So maybe the shortfall should be market standard. But I'm not going to change it here, because I think it's fair when you go to hearing that unless you're moving to the middle, don't do something unless it's a gross error. The cap rate, so my new NOI is 234,017, 234,017. The cap rate being a bit higher, main reason is that this was a repurposed building, originally built in 1959, and then redone with the existing frame, and so elements of it are older, and it's a bit more of a strange location with a land an irregular shape of land, not very common, although it's got great visibility for alternate use. So there's some good things about it. Overall, I mean, I think that when we looked at the cap rate, we were looking at all the bad stuff, and I, you know, I'm not going to change my cap rate, but I can see that 7.75 may be a bit on the high side, but our new number does come out to 3,301,577, which is rounded to 3,020,000, $3,020,000. With again, the cap rate, my opinion, might be a bit on the high side. Maybe a 7.25 or 7.5 is worth looking at. Other than that, okay, the lease agreement is indicated in here, and it shows the rents. Oh, I see this. Sorry, they did split the rent out. This was a section 16.1, 16.2. I did not read that. So we do have a breakdown of the lease by area. Now, in regard to the rents on page 4, again, there are 17 suburban office rents, and the closest comparables to this style of building would be 614 Dismuron, 605 Dismuron, 160 Provencher, 1558 Wilson, 2536 Main, 1100 Waverly, 850 Pembina as probably our most interesting site, 850 Pembina. You see we have 2 rents in there. These are the same rents as the last one, 1352 and 950. And that's one of the, and 895 Waverly is another one, a suburban office rent. This is the market that this property will fall into. That's my presentation.
Questions, Mr. Poole?
Mr. Paul, you're muted.
You didn't ask a question yet.
Sorry. As far as this property, I've been through it, obviously with Mr. Mercury and Eric Newfield and the representative from Winnipeg Regional Health. I don't believe we ever walked through the basement area. That's why it stuck out in my mind's eye. After looking through quickly after you were talking about it, have you been through the basement area? Have you seen this property?
No, see, this is a birthing center, and it's a very difficult thing under the Privacy Act and my accreditation to go into private areas like this. So that's why I said Ayrton and Mr. Mercury can go. They took pictures. I've just seen pictures.
Okay, but you don't have any pictures showing any spaces inside the building?
Oh, I know we have them in our files, and I guess they never made the cut.
So you don't have any pictures to show the spaces that were at play here?
I did not present them, no.
Okay, I quickly went through archives just to see. It looks like all the work that was done as far as the renovation of the property, in addition that was put onto it, as you see in your page 2, all the work was done on an above grade level. Given the fact that we haven't walked through the basement and we asked to see the whole property, if they weren't using it and no value was put into it, would that not be reflective of the totality of the building is being rented for the utility of the above grade floor?
I mean, I don't really understand the question.
The value of the lease is based on the main floor upgrades and the addition put onto the floor. There's been no work done in the basement that I can tell for permit review and what was submitted to archives. Given the fact that we went through the property by the agent of the Winnipeg Regional Health, and you have no pictures in your brief, would we say that most of the value, if not all the value, is based on the above grade floor?
I think the majority of the value is on the above grade portions, and the basement is an accessory use. section. And it had some value to both parties. And it, as the excerpt shows, they did consider it in the overall lease rate. But when I said earlier about the original lease was drawn up based on the plan area, but because that related to the construction costs, and it was done before the building even went up, or before it was redone.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Val, do you have any questions?
Nope, thank you.
Diane?
I do. I have to go back to this Rocky's evidence on page 3 as opposed to the city's evidence on page 16. So Rocky, you're saying this is the lease and that the $16.23 is just strictly for the main floor. The $5.78 is the basement, yet on the rent roll produced by the city, it's showing the two rents together on the 13,000 main floor square footage. Is that what I'm actually reading here?
Yes, exactly. I think you're reading that right. And I only had the lease. I never saw this rent roll because, again, we don't get information from the owner on this. We work for the tenant. That's the way they reported it. And I was just telling you earlier that when I read looking at the original lease, that in the first clause, that's the way it was written under the definitions.
Yeah, I can see that. My question comes back to, and the rent roll part, the bottom rent says it's $21.44.
Yeah.
Can I, Mr. Chair, can I ask a question then? Where does this rent roll come from? And I'm just confused now. Sorry.
Which rent roll?
The one on the assessor's page 16.
The assessor page 16?
Yeah. So the total at the bottom says rent is $21.44 that he's highlighted. We can see at the top, it's only asking on the 13,812 square feet that he's got the combined value of 1623 and 578, which would have been 2145, or 20. Yeah, so 2245 or whatever it is. Or 22, whatever it should be. So is there an error on the rent roll? I'm just trying to get my head around it. I'm sorry to be a pain, but.
Well, sorry, I don't know if I know it's questions that get from me, and then you want to go back to the assessor.
I'm kind of questioning both of you at the same time, I guess. Where does the rent roll come from? If it's coming from the owner, then your rent at 1623 is coming off the lease. So where's the rent roll coming from?
Yeah, I think that there's an issue with reporting rentable area that certain people have. Like, if this was done by a realtor, they could only report the main floor area because the basement would be deemed accessory use.
Right, but that's what the rent roll is telling you. It's only using the 13,812 for 2144.
Well, and exactly. So it was, I guess, a question of the way they're defining it, and BOMA would do the same thing. They would often put the basement space, but BOMA never totals the basement space. Mm-hmm. It's not rentable area.
It's just the numbers are so similar. It looks to me like the rent roll has actually got an incorrect amount.
Yeah,
the 578 should be listed under the 12,460 square feet.
I don't think we're going to see another of these rent rolls today, but in a multi-tenant building, say the one I'm not the one I'm in, but a couple of other buildings I'm thinking about, they only put the above ground space in the rent roll because when they do that to split the occupancy costs. So basement space doesn't pay occupancy costs usually. It's just additional income.
Right. And that part I will understand. It's just that the numbers are so similar, yet the rent roll's only showing that 13,000 square foot.
They put it into their software and they called it basement, and so it
Yeah.
doesn't show up in the rent roll.
Okay. All right, we'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Can I follow up for 1 second?
Yes, you can, because you asked the question to both of you.
Yeah.
Okay, in 2000, it looks like that lease was from 2010, original.
Mm-hmm.
It's original square foot area. We have a permanent, I've just went through our, like I said, I just looked through it quickly, in 2010, and it looks like the issue of completion was in 2012. There was a 3,052 square foot addition put onto the building. That obviously did not have basement area. It was main floor. That if you're having an addition put on before that was there and you have an amendment to the lease to account for an area, it looks like it's going towards that.
Okay. All right, thank you. That makes more sense then. Thank you.
So this is why probably the rent roll showing the way it is. There's an addition put onto the building.
Sorry, I'm gonna object here. This is just pure guess.
No, I'm looking at the actual addition. It's 3,052 square feet.
Your
It's not a guess.
own information differs from it, so I don't understand what you're saying.
Didn't
Gentlemen.
need to open a can of worms, but I was trying to figure it out.
I think we're done with the questions. Is there anything in summation? Mr. Pools, you go first.
Same issue as same summation as last time. The only issue was the discovery and questioning on a bit of an abnormality of reporting areas. I think we confirmed that the lease was in 2010, the reissue of it, and that contained a addition to the property that wasn't there yet. So it was about 3,050 square feet that went onto the building. That's backed straight from the permit, and that's most likely where the increase in area came. So.
Sorry, just one more question. And Rocky, you don't have anything for the parking?
No, what I mentioned was that we had built it into the rent and.
All right, that's good. Thank you.
Rocky, anything in summation?
Yes, just that what we're using is as close to the actuals as possible, and when you factor in the rent, you can see that we're at market numbers. $13 on the building, the extra $3 for the outside parking, which may or may not have value, but and the lease was a semi-gross lease, so I think it's a fair number, and this is an old building that was repurposed, and that's about it. Thanks.
Jamie, did you want to say anything?
Nothing further.
Nothing further. Thank you very much. That will conclude the matters for 3 and 4, correct?
That's correct. I'm wondering if it's possible, Mr. Chairman, the last matter that I'm involved in is 705 Broadway, which I believe is the last matter on the agenda. Is it possible to address that matter next?
Everybody okay if we go to 705 at the bottom so that Jamie can leave?
That's fine.
Talking to my members.
Yes, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Val?
Yes.
Rocky, okay with going down?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Rocky?
Yeah, that's fine.
Jeremy?
It's fine.
Mr.
Give me
Poole?
a second to open it up though. I wasn't prepared to do that at first. Give me 1 second. Working virtually today. I gotta open up the actual files.
Won't work?
No, it'll work. It just I was prepared to go on to the next one, not this one. So you got to give me about another 30 seconds.
Okay, that's the way we'll do it then. We'll go down to 705 so everybody can get ready. Everybody want to get ready for 705 then?
Oh, well, then if it's 30 seconds, I'll get ready. Back in 30.
Where are they pulling out?
Okay. Okay. I'm up to speed now. Everyone ready?
We're just getting ready. Everybody else ready?
I'm good.
Panel members? Good,
Yep.
good. Let's go. When you're ready,
Okay,
Jeremy.
roll number is 12090418000705 Broadway. The
Sorry
2020
to interrupt. I think Mr. Neufeld just stepped away for a moment. Could
Oh,
we
I
just give
didn't.
him?
Let's wait
So
for
we
Mr. Newfeld to get back.
Are we taking a break then?
Thank you for noticing he wasn't there.
Yeah, he just stepped away. He should be back momentarily.
I'll take a 2-minute break then too, then I'll be back in a moment.
Shall I recess?
Yeah, recess. Recess, guys. Oh. Call the meeting back to order. We'll be dealing with number 9, 705 Broadway. When you are ready, Mr. Pools.
Okay, roll number is 1209-0418-000. Address is 705 Broadway. The 2023 assessment is for $3,317,000. And it's classed 40 and has school tax exemption. So it is a Winnipeg Regional Health occupied property. There's a group in there that deals with HIV and STD related community service based issues. So as we go through the property, it was built in 1971. There was a renovation, converted in 1994. There is no basement area. The leasable area is 16,920 square feet. If we go to my page 8 is the property. It's located on Broadway and Sherbrooke, I believe. So again, here is the permit that was involved to occupy the building. 9 Circles Community Health Center occupies it. Here. And that was the permit that was required to convert it over for their use. So below that. On page 9 is the income and expense. In lieu of income and expense, it's the financial statement that they provided to us. We see that their base rent is just shy of $300,000. It's $292,000. The costs that are involved as well, all the way down to you look at the property tax appeal. I'll highlight that. You see the property tax appeal is $6,757. That's not a normal operating cost. That's thrown in the tax section. That's not something that we would attribute to an operation of a property. So that's not an operating cost. In our opinion, the assessment taxation department's opinion, you can handle the appeal yourself as an owner, or you could contract it out. That's not an operating cost for the day-to-day building. So below that, on page 3, we see that the total operating cost is $172,891. They have a very good synopsis below that, non-operating expenses. We come up with a net operating income, which is your total net income, which is your total net, income minus for operating income, and then it's your operating costs, which subtract from that gets your net operating income, your NOI. That's the numbers that you should be using. The information below that is non-operating expenses. Your management fees, your administration, your owner R&M, your tenant improvement, your leasing commissions, all that is below line items. That gets back to what we account for non-recoverables, what we don't. I'm not going to get into much more detail than that, but we should not be including that 20,608 or the 6,756 for the tax appeal in to determine what their net operating income is. When you subtract those two values out, when you take it out, their net operating income is $225,697. So keep that in mind, because when we do our workup, again, same comparables that we're using today that we've already used, with the exception now that we're not using the Winnipeg Regional Health access centers because they are much too large to compare. We're using more CRUs that are similar size, as you can see highlighted there. We have a weighted average of $15.26 for the 20 comparables, and below that for and I use this comparable here at 2110 Main Street because it is a lower performing medical center. We have a couple in the north end today to go through. I actually go to this one quite a bit, and one of my doctors is in here. It is, again, a bit below average, and they're waiting out at $13.22. So from that, we see on page 4 of the workup, for 16,920 square feet, we have $15.13, again, model driven rent, which produces potential rent of 256,000 below what the actual performance of the property is at. Our standard parameters then apply as well, the 5.5% vacancy, the non-recoverable expenses of 3%, the shortfall at $8 a square foot, produces a net operating income of 227,217. Again, that's about $2,000 off what the actual performance of the building is doing when you subtract out the property cost for the property tax appeal and then the below line item costs that aren't associated with net operating income. So our net operating income is virtually the same performance of the building when you factor in vacancy as well as the non-recoverables that we have and the shortfall that we have. So with that capped, produces $3,317,000. I think the market pretty much stands for itself. This is a bit below average property. It had an upgrade. We see that it's about $15 a square foot based on the location that it is and the upgrade that it included with the property. I bracketed with properties that are similar nature from comparables 1 to 20. And then we see the below end of the market, the lower end of the market, which is 20 to 30, comparables 21 to 30, which is about 13.22. So it's about $2 less or so. So overall, I think a $15 rate is appropriate to put on the property. I think our market analysis of this pretty much is bang on with what the actual performance is. And with that, I think it should be confirmed, and I'm open to questions.
Mr. Neufeld, any questions?
Yes, could you indicate the supporting theory behind your concept of tax appeal not being an expense?
It's not an operating expense.
So are taxes an operating expense?
They are.
So if you hire somebody to get the taxes lower and you save tax money, you don't think that's an expense?
It's the same rationale for leasing commissions. You hire someone to do your leasing activities. That's a non-operating expense. Tax appeal is the same thing.
Should we just roll back the taxes to what they were before? Do you understand what a direct operating expense is and what one isn't?
Yeah, you have many of them listed below your operating expenses as non-expenses. You can read through it. They simply put it in the tax appeal, but it's not. Non-operating expenses, lines, well, I'm highlighted under, so I'll read through them all again.
I understand from your previous signatures that you have the Dooley diploma, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And in that coursework, you go through a book called The Basics of Real Estate Appraising, is that correct? So you're aware that in that book it says what is a non-recoverable or what is a non-operating, what is an operating? And now
yes, I'm aware of operating costs. You have them highlighted here. Non-operating costs, literally non-operating costs. Leasing commissions.
I guess I didn't know.
Gentlemen, one at a time, please. You're just coming in as a blur.
I guess I didn't know this path would be going down it, so I'm going to have to file the rebuttal of the textbook that the assessor apparently says he was aware of. So I will be providing that as soon as I can find it.
If you feel tax appeal costs are an operating cost, that's your thing. But to me, they are not. Same way as at least.
You set the community standard.
All I see is your hand, Mr. Poole. There we go. Carry on.
Sorry, my question was, does the assessor set the community standard?
Are you guys still got me?
I said, does the assessor set the community standards?
Sorry, I cut out there. I missed about.
Yeah, it's breaking down for some reason. Something's cutting in.
You guys hear me though, right now?
You're cutting in and out, Jeremy.
Okay, how about now?
Got you now.
Okay, all right. Sorry, it cut out on my end. It just went black on my end. So
Okay, go ahead, Rocky, try it again. We'll see if you is cutting out.
Does the assessor set community standards for valuation?
Sorry, there's a lot of.
Something's causing an interference here.
Mr. Poole, I'm just gonna mute you for a second here to see if it's on your end or whether it's on our end, okay? One moment, Mr. Poole. Seems to be on his end.
Rocky, try and ask that question again.
My question was, does the assessor set community standards for valuation?
Okay, now let's go to Mr. Cool to
Okay,
open them up.
1 second. I'm asking to unmute. Mr. Poole, unmute yourself. Yeah,
I can hear you guys now, so.
The
There's a bit of
feed,
screeching in the background, but generally.
the feedback is,
The feedback's coming from your machine.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying here. Just a cell phone. So as far as community standards for cost for tax appeals, this has been an argument for what's a above line item cost and operating cost, what's below line item cost. I think I've answered your question. I'm saying as the assessor, I would not include a tax appeal cost as far as operating cost, period. Same as with the commission.
Wasn't the question?
You disagree?
Was different topic.
Maybe if the assessor signs out and signs back into the Zoom, it might fix it. You're on mute now, Jeremy.
I could try re-signing it if that makes it better for you guys. Yes.
Jason, can you hear us?
We're live. Call the meeting back to order. We were in questions from Mr. Neufeld, correct? You're asking,
Yeah, I'm just gonna move on with that question. I've sent the board some rebuttal to the verbal comments and I'll deal with it later.
okay,
So just moving on to another part of this, page 2, you have a sale listed. Was this a multi-role sale or a single role sale?
I didn't research the sale. It's too old. It just comes up automatically. 2009 sale, I wouldn't be putting much weight to. If you're referring to possibly including a lot behind it, it may have.
Okay. On the income that you were talking about on page 9, 10, 11, what this yellow marked thing where it says a roll number, did the owner put that in?
They may have. I didn't put it in, so.
I'm just looking because it appears to be a different, completely different type.
It says 705 Broadway in brackets with 1290.
12. Yeah, okay, but no, I'm talking where it says roll 12-09041800. This is a different type. And it just appears like somebody inserted it on here. So my question was, did the assessment department insert that?
No, it's what comes up as you see. Well, 705 Broadway with 1290. I don't know what that reference is. You have another roll number there that's highlighted in yellow.
Okay, that's your answer, that it was not altered?
Not by myself. This is what came through this is what the owner returned to us. So
On now you of course are aware that this building has an attached or an adjacent parking lot.
I'm aware that it's operated with that as well. Yes.
And did you determine whether or not the rent reported here included both of the properties?
As far as what you see is what you have. You see the base rent up top. I see no income for parking. All right. If you look at my page 12, you see what they're reporting. So there is a line number 434050-00 snow removal parking lot, but snow removal parking lot could be sidewalk, could be parking lot, it could be reflecting of the back lot or what have you. I don't have any other information on what was returned.
You're suggesting that a $7,000 fee covers cleaning the sidewalk?
No, what I'm suggesting is that snow removal parking lot is the same line itemization wordage that you see in common income expense. I should say financial statements returned to the department by this reporting. So do I think 7,139 square feet is for front street? No.
Okay, because you do know that there's another entry 2 lines below that for snow removal for the sidewalk. They do have a separate line item.
City pays the sidewalks. I don't think someone's going to be out there with a broom and a shovel for $7,100 a year.
So you weren't perhaps convinced that the parking lot was included in this rent?
I have the rent, which is shown as $292,468 for your base gross potential. I don't have any indication as additional parking rent. Whether it was included or not, that's what we have. if you're saying that they're including income on an off roll, two roll numbers, multi-roll submission on one roll number, that would be an error on their end. Now, whether they can break it up or not, I can't tell you that.
Get back here. So the rent you've applied, your workup page 5, then this is all the model, page 4 and 5.
Yeah, if you look at the actual income expense questionnaire, it indicates $23 and $24. I don't think that's market for this building. When you review the actual marketplace, the $15 rent is reasonable.
Now, how did it get from 1971 year built to 1994 effective year built?
There was a renovation that went into it and it improved it for the current use.
Did you inspect the building in the 70s to determine that there was a change?
Well, in the 70s, I probably would put 3. So, no.
It's just clarifying it. You see, you're so this is an assumption that there was an upgrade on this. Is that fair to say?
There was a permit taken out for 9 circles to occupy the property, improvement to the space. Would you like the permit number?
Wasn't the question. Those are my questions, unless Mr. Mercury has any.
Mr. Mercury, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Neufeld, are you going first or Mr. Mercury first?
I'll start.
Okay.
This building was built in 1971. I inspected it in 1975. Back then, it was the RCMP Detective Headquarters Division. It was built for them. And I was working for a company where I was the cleaner. It was an interesting, I've been through this building an awful lot. And then later when 9 Circles came in, there's been no material change. I mean, they get cleaned, they changed the carpets, they changed the paint, nothing that would tell you that there was an effective year change. That's one of these odd, rare incidents when I've inspected before and after, and there's been no change. The lease is for, on page 1, the lease is for the building, which is marked with the red dot, as well as the parking lot in the rear, which is 243 Maryland. It's always been part and parcel of the same lease. I do have that here, and I think that we presented this numerous times in the past, and there's never been an issue. The lease clearly states parking is included, and so today the assessor surprises me to say that he doesn't know if it's included, but it is. We looked at the actual income because this was a negotiated. It wasn't negotiated originally through WRHA. It was the owner of the building directly with a First Nations group, and then at some point when they changed their usage to healthcare orientation, it came under the umbrella of insured services. So they then transferred overhead lease over to WRHA. The rent that we're showing on page 4 is the gross rent. It's a semi-gross rent, I should say, and there are partial recoveries on the costs. And of note, I was just laughing a bit too hard here when I listened to the assessor talk about property tax appeals. On page 3, there is a property tax recovery of $25,876. On page 4, there's a property tax cost of $26,265. Who cares whether the property tax bill as part of this or not of it. It's fully recovered. That's not at stake. That's just a complete red herring. It's got nothing to do with it. What they don't recover is a lot of the other costs. And part of that is the parking lot maintenance. Now, I'm very cognizant that there might be a member or two on our panel who know an awful lot about how much it costs to clean the snow off a parking lot, but we know that this is what they pay, and this is what it costs. There's no extra charge for the parking, but there are extra expenses, and that's how we get to our number. Now, I did note that there was something that I would probably adjust on this, and in that the non-operating expense is generally, I'm trying to think about this. The non-operating expense is generally deducted as a percentage. Now, this is a semi-gross building, so you really have one of two choices. You either take it as it is, or you apply, or you don't take out the operating. Sorry, you take out the non-operating, and then you declare an allowance for it. I don't think you can do both. And in that respect, I do have some agreement with the statements, although a completely different manner of approach. So on our workup on page 1, I think we ended up using like I said, we're treating this as a gross building, the way you calculate for gross, which is just subtract everything that isn't that's an expense from the income. The 193,499 is correct, but then you don't get the non-recoverable allowance of 9,104 that we put in, because it has been considered in there. And again, this isn't a net building, so the same rules do not apply as net buildings. As a result, we're changing our NOI. I just took out on my page 1 that non-recoverables, and we have an NOI which changes to 173,359, 173,359, and the market value then moves to 2,236,894, round to 2,237. However, included with this is the value of the lot at 243 Maryland. Now, they're not being heard together. I have no control over scheduling. It is scheduled for, I believe, January. Whatever the board decides today, if a reduction is granted, we will work with the big number, and if you deduct 622,000, which is the assessment, I'll withdraw my appeal of the site for January. And I've done this for the past, I don't know, 15 years this way. This isn't a new site for me. So our new number then would be either 2237 less the parking lot value, which today would leave us at a value of 1,615,000. And you'll note that is kind of rather consistent with the previous assessments. This is always the way it's been handled. What happened last year was, though, is the number is higher, not anything to do with market value. It was the fact that the lot was reduced first at 243 Maryland to 300,000. So our net number last year, our market value of the whole package, was 2 million. So this year it's up to 2.2 million. So there is an increase there, but what happened is the lot on Maryland just increased at such a higher amount than the building itself. So it really doesn't matter to me as to how you pick and choose it, and we'll hopefully resolve this further in the year. And just a note on the cap rate, the condition and quality of the building in 1971. I'll tell you an idea of why I'm not really great on the cap rate on this. When this building was the RCMP building, I got called to clean up messes when people fired shotguns at it. Now, we never knew if they were aiming for the holding cells or the officers' offices. But that's the sort of abuse it's had through the years. It was designed to be a sturdy little RCMP thing, and now it's a medical clinic. I think it fits its neighborhood quite well, but the building itself wouldn't be called particularly high utility building. It's a low utility building based on the design. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
And nothing further at my end.
No, but we got a presentation from Jerry. Mr. Mercury, you said you wanted to say something?
No, I said nothing further at my end.
Oh, nothing in. Okay. Mr. Poole, any questions?
Yes, I do. Generally, what's already been covered is already been asked, and I'm going to apply to this this property appeal as well. I just have a question. This is a Winnipeg Regional Health property, correct? Tenant is Nine Circles, but it is Winnipeg Regional Health.
I think I answered that. It didn't start off that way. They changed their service level, and health came in and took over head base.
You stated earlier that you can't have access or don't have access to financial statements, yet we see a Winnipeg Regional Health financial statement here. I'm a little confused. Are you the representative of the owner here or the tenant?
What did the application form say?
Sorry, my mistake. I apologize for wrong. Shouldn't ask that question. Just making sure that you did have access to or didn't have access to the information on the other tenancies. So, okay. Next question, 83 Sherbrooke. You have a rent, which is very close at $13.41 a square foot.
Yeah, for 83 Sherbrooke, there's 4 rents in there.
Yeah, the medical use.
Yeah, that's the one of the uses, yes.
Okay, so of the medical uses, obviously 2536 Main is way out Riverbend Way. You have 1 rent, which is pretty close to what the assessors.
I got no rents for RCMP buildings converted to treatment centers. So
Okay,
I mean, these buildings all differ on the medical side.
Okay, just to confirm that there is a $23 and $24 gross rent or semi-gross rent in place.
There's the gross rent that is in place is 200 and we both have that number in there at the same statement. Its gross rent is 292,486, which includes a fair amount of non-recoverables. It's gross and it includes the parking lot. So that there's absolutely no way that can be converted to a rate per square foot without some detail work.
Okay, so even if you include or don't include the 20 some odd dollars of non-operating expenses, if you take that net income and put it back and apply to the square foot area, you don't come anywhere near $11.
No, what you do is you get
If you take it at a 25,000, 200,000, $225,000 range with, that's not including those tenancies or those below line items, you have approximately a $13.30 rent.
$12.65, including the parking.
So again, that's not close to where you're asking.
Well, no, that's not correct. You see, the concept of non-recoverables is for net leases. This is not a net lease. This is a gross lease. So you change the whole whole calculation of it because the non-recoverables then become they're called non-recoverables, but they are the expenses. So the rebuttal material I have kind of explains it. So what I had done here was just taken out the non-recoverables, and then so what in essence that does is changes the,
Somebody's got a phone ringing out there.
yeah, I know, I'm very popular. I don't know how to
Okay,
operate.
last question, since the parking lot's incorporated, you seem to have a cost for the parking lot. Do you have a breakdown to the actual rents that's attributed to the parking?
No, it's included in the rent. There's no breakdown.
But there's not an opinion of value on that to come to that decision from Winnipeg Regional Health Authority's perspective as a tenant. They wouldn't want to know how much the market would be in that particular place to ensure they're not overpaying, underpaying.
I think you're making assumptions about the way people do business. It is what it is.
All right, that's all the questions I have.
Val, do you have any questions?
None, thanks.
Diane,
Unfortunately, I do.
go ahead.
So Rocky, you're saying that the parking lot on, is it Maryland Street, or I can't remember what name of the street
Yes.
is, that has a separate roll number?
Yes,
And it has a separate tax issue that you're already paying tax at a value of $622,000?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
But I guess Mike gonna ask a question. On that parking lot, did you say you're appealing the 622?
Yes, it's hasn't been heard yet. I was just looking at this yesterday. I believe it's I know I wrote it down in my schedule. I'm looking very archaic here with my paper schedules. It comes up. Oh, it's maybe in November here.
622.
Yeah, I know it's coming up, but the point is that we are done this every year, that they're heard separately, and whatever happens with it, we believe the value should be 2.2 million, as I said, and however it's comprised, parking lot and office, isn't a concern. Whatever the board, if the board decides, we'll go along with it and deal with it that way.
Okay. That'll conclude that matter. Oh, is there anything in summation from either side?
Yes, I have a quick summation. We're valuing the properties on a simple basis, meaning we're not doing it on a contractual leasehold basis. We're doing it on a fee simple basis for the building, and the parking lot will be valued that too. It is a separate number. If you amalgamate the two together and you come up with, you'll take this off, you're no longer doing a fee simple analysis on an individual property. You're doing a multi-role assessment, which isn't fee simple anymore. So that's not what we do. We do a fee simple basis assessment based on the actual property that's been built today. So that's the rationale I have for that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, and I also forgot Mr. Neufeld has sent in something for a rebuttal.
Yes, I did.
That's on,
It's now in the drive.
that's number 7.
It's for item number, oh, shoot, yeah, I mislabeled it. My apologies. Yeah, it's listed as item number 7. I can fix that after the fact, but for the panel members, you can check that out. It's listed as applicant rebuttal.
I've got it.
Mislabeled.
Got it?
It's listed under all this. Is it?
Go ahead on your rebuttal, Mr. Neufeld.
Mr. Paul, you received it?
Yes, but is this Collier's work or is this Altus's work? It says Altus expenses.
I just forwarded you.
I think this is the wrong one. This is
No, it's the right one.
right one. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's labeled Altus and expenses is what it was sent to us as.
Yeah, that's correct.
So this would not be Mr. Neufeld's work or Collier's work. It's Altus's work.
That I don't know. Mr. Neufeld hasn't presented it yet.
I mean,
Mr. Neufeld, you're using this as rebuttal?
Yes, I am. Okay, should I just get into this right away? Move on?
Please do.
Okay, Just go ahead down the page to the big blue page called the appraisal of real estate.
What page is that? Sorry.
They're not paged, it's the 6th page.
Okay.
Sorry, just one second here. Mr. Mercury needs a copy of this as well. So he wants to have it in his hands here. Okay, I sent that, sorry. So the blue page is the textbook that I asked the assessor about, which is part of the curriculum for the accreditation he holds and I hold. The page right after it is the exclusions from reconstructed operating statements. And it's fairly clear here that it's book depreciation, depletion allowance, income tax, corporate costs, additions to capital. That's what you take out. It never speaks to any of the things that they've decided. Oh, and loan payments, the next page, I missed that one. Anything that affects the revenue stream is an operating expense. And there's another really great saying here about if you're in doubt, you go to the community standard for expenses. And I think I highlighted it here somewhere. It's in here somewhere. And the community standard is not set by the assessment department, nor is it set by me. It's what the market says. Now, I'm in this big office full of real estate agents and property managers. That's an expense in the market. That's my rebuttal.
It's your rebuttal. Did you want to say anything to that, Mr. Poole?
Generally, does it speak to tax appeals? Is there any explicit language to that? Cost of tax appeals?
There is, no, it doesn't really speak to, it talks about taxes here, and that's on.
Okay.
On
taxes and tax appeal costs are two separate issues, are they not?
No, it's the same thing. It's a revenue stream. So if you hire somebody to fix your furnace and you get lower costs because of it, you say, well, no, that doesn't count. No, he fixed it. So people
let me rephrase it. Does the city of Winnipeg collect taxes and tax appeal fees?
Say that again?
Does the city of Winnipeg collect taxes and tax appeal fees?
Nothing to do with the city of Winnipeg. It's an expense to the property.
Two separate expenses. All right.
They're related to the same thing.
Can you go over the last 3 pages of the rebuttal? Is this your work? I'm just reading through here. I guess starting at the last page, reading backwards.
You'd asked a question and moved on a little quickly. Page 9 and 10 talk about tax appeals. And
you told me there wasn't any explicit language to it.
No, I said I can't remember where it was. Fixed expenses, it's called.
Sorry, what page? Page 9?
The 9th page and the 10th page. Oh, the last 3 pages? Yeah, of course. Well, I'll bring it up since you asked the question. It's prejudicial. If somebody brings in a statement and it says legal fees, the assessment department takes it. If it's an accounting fee, they call it an expense. When they see property taxes, they say, oh, it can't be an expense. Yet, and I'm not just bringing him up as an example, Mark Newman's a lawyer. So if he did a tax appeal and it charges a legal fee, the department says it's okay. And if MNP does a tax appeal and they're accountants and it shows up as a accounting fee, oh, that's okay. So it's prejudicial. It's a targeting.
But this has nothing to do with me absolutely in any way, correct?
No, this is, I had to get something out real quick on the textbook, and this is what I had handy.
Okay.
And it has something to do with it. I believe you're being prejudicial in those statements. It's my opinion. I wasn't planning on making it a matter for this hearing, but it's out there.
Okay, but I'm still confused as why it says Altus. Why would Altus have your dialogue, your conversations, did Altus prepare this information or did you yourself?
I named it this. I chose to name it this way for a specific reason, for a different use. So now you're criticizing the name I put on it. This has got nothing to do with them. This is just textbook information.
Okay, I think I made my point. I'm just not sure how Altus is involved in this appeal. They're not involved in this appeal, and yet it looked like, from what I'm hearing, Mr. Neufeld has prepared information and labeled it as Altus.
Mr. Chairman, could you ask the assessor to really restrict himself to the facts? This is a label. He's making something out of nothing and looking to make personal attacks here. Forget about it. This shouldn't even be allowed.
Let's just not allow the personal attacks from anybody, okay?
Good.
Both,
That's all the question.
all the questions. You wanted to do a summation, Mr. Neufeld?
Yeah. The other than the preceding discussion, the assessor brought up the point about it not being fee simple. The Municipal Assessment Act does not specify fee simple. It says market value. Nowhere in the act does it say you go to the fee simple. That is the assessment department's invention, perhaps when they need it, but it is not the way it's supposed to be done. The lease was negotiated arm's length, both individuals acting in their own best interests, and that's the best example of what a property should rent for. The other ones we've heard today were creative financing, cost to construct, recovering. This one was a reclaimed building, went on the market, no hangovers, no relation to previous things, and it was offered for rent, and it was rented, and it's the best evidence. Thank you.
And I do believe that concludes that matter. So number 9 is done. So we're going back to number 5 now, correct? 343 Taché?
Yes.
So with that, I will leave the meeting, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Catch you later. 343 Taché, when you are ready, Mr. Coles.
Yeah, just give me about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting some feedback here.
Oh. Wait till he gets back in.
Oh, no, I'm here. I'm just looking for something. Oh, I'll mute too.
Okay. When you're ready, Jeremy.
Sure. I just wanted to make sure everyone is here and everyone can hear me so we don't have to start again.
We hear you.
All right. So roll number is 0609171310. Address is 343 Taché. The 2023 assessment is for $3,878,000. The building was built in 1951. There was upgrades and there was upgrades to the building. We have an effective age in 2017. We have an effective age of 1990. We have a leasable area of 16,713 square feet. If we go to page 10, we see pictures of the property. So it's located just kitty corner to or adjacent to St. Boniface Hospital. You can see it in the background there, page 10. As we go through, we had a recent inspection for this property. I did not do this inspection. It was file photos that you see here. And I apologize. This is like the 360 pictures that you get. It's kind of fish-eyed kind of thing. It I don't know why they just don't do regular pictures that come up a little bit better. So as you can see, the entrance, and you see the ledger for what the building is, who occupies the building. And as we go through, we see a good walk through the building here, where we see the common areas where your patient waiting areas would be, your reception area would be. Page 14, you see your basement areas, decent basement area space. It's quite nice. administrative areas on page 14 as well. Then you see the staff kitchen and boardroom basement. Again, pretty nice kitchen. Chairs are a bit dated, but overall, in the boardroom, it is what you see. Basement area, as far as the waiting for the physio area, it's on page 16, and the reception area. And as you can see again, more in-suite kitchen areas. You see the operatory areas on page 18, curtains behind them, obviously. And the x-ray area as far as on page 19, corridors. Page 20, you see another operatory as well as staircase. And then on page 21, again, operatories. And then on page 22, you see common areas as well as parking on site. You see the parking rates that they have. I think this inspection occurred a couple of years ago. There may be a little bit difference in rates now. It's a 2019 picture, so we would think that would be up a little bit from that. As we go through, we see the parking on page 23 and page 24 associated with the building. Below that, we have the income expense questionnaires. You see that it's partially owner occupied. St. Boniface Clinic is owner occupied. The rest of them appear to be tenanted spaces. And they collect parking as well on 45 stalls. I guess it's an hourly rate. They claim it's $2 on the hourly rate, but if you go up to the actual parking, I believe it's $2, $4, and there's a variance of if you're going to park longer than that. So typical for parking. So when you go up to our income stream, or I should say, starting on page 3, our comparables are the same comparables that we used for the other field at 400 Taché, which is your direct comparables right across the street. And we see that overall for 20 comparable leases there, we have $15.26 weighted average. And again, for 2110 Main Street, which is way on the outskirts of Main Street, Riverbend, bit Seven Oaks area, bit for Riverbend. Again, this is common for less than property to be generating about $13 a square foot. So in the proximity where this one is, this is the property right next to St. Boniface, you can have a lot of medical use. You can have a lot of drive for this marketplace. You're going to see a higher tendency. So at a $15 rate, I think it's reasonable. The marketplace you see here at on page 4 is the same comparables for parking. You see the location of the property, and the median is 62, again 51, and the min max is 33 at $90 a square foot. So from that, on page 5, with 47 stalls, we have $51.75 a square foot, which is reasonable. It gives us our net operating income on a net stall basis, 29,187 square feet, capped at 5%. Given the location of this property next to St. Boniface, that is a standard parameter we have for the St. Boniface area for this property for cap rate for parking lot. On page 6, we see that we have for a total of 16,712 square feet. We have an average rate of $14.56 a square foot applied to it, which is just a tad under what the marketplace is. And we go back to comparables, we see it's for 400 Taché, which is right across the street. It's again within 75 cents or so of that for those that is economical. So from that, our PGI is 243,380 square feet. You guys hearing that?
Yep.
That's not me.
The It's outside.
Oh, that, you know what, did you have the door closed?
Is the door closed?
Sorry.
The door closed.
We're not hearing it as loud as you.
Not another here.
Both doors closed?
Both doors are closed.
Alright.
That must be Mother Steady, eh?
It's the hearing next door.
No problem, no problem. Okay, so getting back to the PGI is 242,380 square feet. Our standard parameters apply at 5.5% vacancy expense, non-recoverable expenses at 3%, shortfall at $8, gives us a net operating income of $215,741. Our capitalization rate is 6.54%. Very much reasonable for where the location is, given its use and its proximity to St. Boniface. Our estimated capitalization rate is $3,294,000. So on the next page, on page 7, is a summary of or synopsis of both income streams at $3,878,000. So I think it's very, very well suited in the marketplace, given its location and the comparable rents. We have a great comp right across the street. And given the quality of the building, I think it should be confirmed today. So if there's any questions, I'm open to questions.
Questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Mr. Neufeld, you're muted.
You're muted.
It doesn't matter if I'm muted or not. I'm still looking for, oh, here we go. The page 6 and 7, was this all model generated?
6 and 7. 5 and 6, yes, and 7.
5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Why do you have a different cap rate for the parking?
I did already explain the close proximity to St. Boniface in the area for it, which is also associated with the increase in the rent rate to $51.75. There's a stronger demand with less risk here.
Sorry, I'm going to rephrase that. Why aren't is the parking lot on a separate title?
I didn't research that.
Shouldn't the cap rate on a building on a title be the same throughout?
No, we've already been over this multiple times. We have separate cap rates for the income streams for the capitalization rate for a parking lot, given the proximity to St. Boniface and the tenancies that are here. A 5% cap rate, a half point down from the average of 5.5 is reasonable.
Okay, so that's your opinion that it should be that you can do a split cap rate then.
I just stated so, yes.
It's your opinion. Okay, thank you. And the tenants in here, did you look over their relationship to the ownership at all?
I relied on the income expense or the bear with me here on the income expense questionnaire that was entered in. It was not a PDF signed and delivered. It was a internet-based finding that was submitted to us. So it indicates that there's one. It indicates that there's one or more.
That wasn't the question. Are they related to the owner, the tenants? Do you know whether or not they are?
I didn't go any further past what they were reported to us on this question. I'm getting a bit of inconvenience. I apologize. I can't answer.
And you were clear that it wasn't you who inspected this. These are pictures that somebody else did.
No, as I indicated, it's from 2019, another field assessor. And as I indicated, those rates on the parking, what do you call it?
Okay, those are my questions.
Diane, any questions? Diane?
Just the number of stalls on the client's income and expense. It says 45 stalls, but you've listed 47. I know
Yeah,
it's not a big deal, but
no, it's just 2, and overall, I mean, it's not gonna really.
No, I'm just asking, that's all.
But typically when I go, I'll be counting the stalls. So if I do an inspection, I go over everything, I go outside, I count the stalls, count it 7, there's 45. There's 45 and no one miscounted.
Okay.
Sometimes you have stalls that aren't being used for any purposes, meaning there's a couple stalls for deliveries or what have you.
Okay, thank you.
Val, any questions?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
And so they showed the revenues for the parking lot then?
Yep, they show the revenue. It's alongside on my pay. Pardon me. On my page 25.
Page 25?
Yeah. Just blowing it up here. It's a little small. $98,567.
Okay. I've got no further questions. Mr. Neufeld?
Thank
You're
you. Sorry, and I apologize again. I don't prepare these briefs, but I have inspected. I was on the inspection, and as always, expect me to make a change, and to meet in the middle than going the other direction. Firstly, the site should just be deemed owner occupied. There are some tenants who are not part of the ownership group, but it's a group of doctors who own it, and the other services are supportive services. So the concept of market rent is not in place. It's a business deal for all of these. What we did is we just went through the sites and looked at rents and assigned numbers. And so the person who did this likes to play around with Excel spreadsheets and had calculated these all out on square footages, declining scale, and except for the pharmacies do get better rents. It's actually based on the number of doctors in the place. So that is a true phenomenon. And so this is what he came up with. And I believe this is very supportive based on the market rents. The rents that are listed there, of course, are all gross rents. And so this was our estimate is 229,000, not too much different from what the assessor has. Our differences begin at the vacancy rate, which I have again changed this to 10%. And I ask the board if you want me to send you a copy of this so we don't have communication problems. I can just send it to the board and a snip or not.
Appreciate that.
What are you sending to the board? Sorry, well, I get a lot of interference. What are you sending to the board?
His changes that he's making on his spreadsheet.
It's not evidence-based, is it? Like, are you submitting new evidence?
No, he's going to give it verbally, and then he's just going to.
Fair enough. I'm getting a lot of interference, sorry.
Well, I think it's the interference that, instead of me trying to read out a number and everyone getting it, that I'll just give you. What I've done here is I've just decreased the vacancy rate, and you can also see that the person who prepared this had neglected to put in the parking income, and I believe that in this case it is required because it's a pay station. They did report income, and it's the gross income. So just trying to have something that we won't have a dispute over. I've just put in the assessor's number. It seems reasonable. And I'm just doing this now. In regards to the other, like I said, a vacancy of 10%, which is based on the market. The non-recoverables at 5%, structural reserve 2%. The shortfall we had at $9.02, and that's actually our estimate of actual. I imagine it's fairly similar to what the assessor has put on it. And we don't do that just so we can have a minor disagreement. It's just what the numbers came out at. Okay, they're at 8, never mind. And NOI 177,390. And then we added the parking income, 206,577 is our NOI with that. And we're capping at 6%. It's well located for a facility like this, and close to the hospital. So there would be some demand in the market. 7% is really the most you're going to be looking at any of these sorts of buildings, because you can't do two things at once anymore. Just a minute. The issues with it are the layout. It was they built it and designed as an older building, added on space, so you've got a siting that's not premium. The site is set up to be a medical clinic, so if you looked at alternative use, you would have to look at major costs. Part of the rental income comes from the basement, which is not good primary, highly desirable income, and more difficult on the market if it had to go to market if the doctors weren't there. And the age, the original age is the original age. It doesn't get, you don't, when you add an addition, you don't change your foundation, your framing, and your envelope. You add to it. That doesn't make the building younger. It doesn't make it have a remaining economic life that's longer, because the old part's going to decay at the same rate that it always was, and you're left with half a building. So this concept of using an effective age is a little bit overdone in this case, because you don't jump from a change in age from 1951 to 1990. That's, ignoring the 40 years that have passed. If you're going to change an effective age and you do a renovation, you may move it up 5-10 years and take on a longer remaining economic life. But this whole concept that the assessment department presents doesn't represent reality. You're inheriting the obsolescence of 1951 in most of the building, not all of it, but so I'm just sending that so you can see the number that we had recalculated. And those are my numbers. As far as I don't think that there's anything I can tell you that you haven't already heard. Same rents we looked at before. That's the presentation.
Questions?
Yes, I do. Let's start on your page 5 and 6. You've been to you inspected the property.
Yes.
How come you're only showing really 4 pictures, 2 of which are as a corridor and an entryway, and 1 being a mechanical space and only 1 office? Why aren't you showing the full pictures of the building, the quality of the building?
Well, it's the Privacy Act. You don't take pictures of medical space, period.
Common area?
You need a release for it. And I think that the assessor has done a disservice to the people of our province by putting private pictures of medical treatment areas. I don't do it.
Okay. One other question here. Go to your page 3. Parking. You have $98,567 generated gross.
Yes.
If you convert that back to the number of stalls that they reported at 45, that works out to be $182 gross per month square foot. Clearly, these aren't being rented on a monthly basis. These are being rented on a coinage basis, an hourly rate, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, typical for your clients that are coming on site. Would that not be correct?
No,
So you have monthly parking here?
no, your statement was incorrect. You made an assumption and I disagreed with your assumption.
Okay. Do you disagree that it's generating $182 gross stall?
I haven't done the math on that. Could, I'm not, just based on the math, that's probably the number.
All right. On that basis, because that is the number, is there any monthly parking here?
There is some,
How many stalls are monthly?
no idea. It's a mix.
Can you find that out? You're at appeal here today. You're the representative of the owner. You should want to know everything the owner knows. So you don't know. What's
It didn't matter to me because, to us, because we had income here and, we used a net based estimate based off that. So the income, it's a mix of parking. There's some monthly parkers. There's casual parking, patients come in, metered parking. And there's some free stalls for barrier-free access. I think they might have some contract parking for some nearby people as well. So in my mind, in our mind, I didn't do this. In our mind, it wasn't something that we were going to go over in fine detail at the Board of Revision. And then also some of the parking is taken out of some of the tenants' leases. So you could have the income showing up there or here. Far too much detail for the Board of Revision, not disrespectful to the Board of Revision, but how much do we want to get into?
When I'm looking at the Indigo sign, it doesn't indicate any monthly parking, just hourly, weekends, evening rates.
Yeah, okay, well, what does that matter?
Because typically, if you're generating a higher amount per square foot on a coinage basis on your lot, that means more tenants, more patients are coming into your business, your establishment, which would indicate a greater demand for that space and a greater rental rate. And you can see that the actual parking at $98,000 or so a year shows that you have a lot of foot traffic of tenants coming into the lot that are paying, that are going into that building for patient-client relationship. So any doctor who's going to be willing to pay a rent there is going to see that and go, that's a good location. I'm going to pay a better rent, I would say, and a lesser location. Would you not agree?
No, that's just a whole bunch of conjecture without foundation.
You see how much generated on the lot. People aren't driving there for any other reason but to get treated.
But why would you advertise?
Gentlemen, are we going to argue about the parking? I thought you already agreed that you were okay with the city's number, Mr. Neufeld.
That's what I said, yes.
That's what you said. So why are we arguing about it then?
Because it's overlooking the fact that the actual parking is generating significantly higher than what the city projected on a monthly basis. There is no actual monthly rent here. When you're looking at the coinage, you see that.
But you had that information, did you not, that on what their income was?
I had to confirm what the monthly rate is. If there wasn't, or isn't any. I don't know that. I just see what reported here, and it was $2. That's it. That's all it was reported. So I'll address everything else in some.
Okay. Val, any questions?
No.
Diane, any questions?
No, I do not. Oh, yes, I do. Sorry. What were those numbers again, Rocky?
I just emailed them to the board, and I don't know if you have them.
They should all be in the SharePoint now.
Okay.
Upload those.
That's good.
Mr.
Thank
Cole,
you.
you should have that as an email forwarded to you as well.
Yep.
4 minutes ago. Got it. Okay.
Okay, I have a question on that, so I want to pull it up first. It's
Item
weird.
number 5, applicant reworked value.
Thank you. I got it now.
Okay, you're done with your questions, Diane?
Yeah, and you added the parking in. The parking's at 7% cap rate. We're good.
Yeah, but I thought you had said 6%. Mr. Neufeld?
Oh, no. I said it was 7 all along.
Oh,
I heard
I
6% too.
you heard 6% as well, right? Thank you,
Yeah.
Val. I knew I wasn't deaf.
Oh, okay.
I wrote it down when you said it, just specifically because that's less than the city was at.
No, it was always 7%. We always start off with a base of 6 and then build it up with the deficiencies. So, well, I could have said it. Won't deny.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I had 6 crossed out to 7 too.
Oh,
As well.
Hmm?
As well.
Okay, leave it. That's it. Everybody's asked their questions. Summation.
Okay.
Jeremy.
Sure. This is a building that is in a good, better, much better than average location right next to St. Boniface in a cluster of medical treatment facilities. Clearly, as I was getting on to the parking, there is no parking for monthly parking here. There's no signage for monthly parking. There is no reporting of monthly parking. There's just a $2 rate. You can see the rents that were in place in 2019. It's evening, multiple hour parking, after hours parking. On a coinage basis, you can see that grossing of on that lot indicates that there is a high traffic amount, a high desirable demand for clients to come in and then see doctors there. Anyone who's going to be operating this property is going to see that. Any new prospective tenancy that may take up their practice there is going to see that. It is in a very strong demand, high demand location. Your cap rates should reflect that risk, which is nominal, which is quite good actually. And your tenancy for rents should be reflective of that as well. By using a $15 rate for the building, or near $15 rate, which we're slightly under that at $14.56 overall, and using a capitalization rate of 6.65, as well as the parking, which in my view should be increased, but I had to go through the discovery here. The actual rent should be a little higher, should be higher here for the parking as well. So when we look at everything, how the building's performing, it's a very, very desirable building. It's a very good location. Our assessment at $3,878,000 is very reasonable. So with that, I think it should be confirmed today. Thank you.
Mr. Neufeld, on your summary.
yeah, I great amount of time spent on an issue that's not a debate, but just a counterpoint. I drove into my parkade this morning and it's monthly parking and there was no sign up that said monthly parkers. They don't advertise that. They advertise to people who happen to be driving by and need a parking space and have to impulse park. That's the whole concept of retailing. Their monthly parkers come from within. They don't advertise for them. The location, we actually agree on something. I think it is a good location. The other problems have to do with the siting and the setup and the way it's made. It was designed for one use. The doctors, and you can saw from the assessor's pictures, have a shared greeting area and then private offices. So you're going to have to, that's the way it's set up now. So if you're going to convert to alternate use, you're going to have some costs for demising. So in that respect, we're not worried about that now because it is what it is. But that's an alternate use that you have to think of in the cap rate side. Are you going to have to spend money if you want to change uses? Or what if medical changes? Like, I don't know, most people now are going to the doctor over the phone. What if that changes? Maybe you need a call center instead. Those are the sort of things that a real estate professional has to think about and look at the future of an operation like this, and of course make allowance for it. That I think that is the key issue with this building, is when you're designed for single use, you're not that great at alternate use, and you're going to have to spend money to get there. You spend money to get there, it puts downward pressure on value. I think the numbers we have for the rent are very well supported by market. And the last point is, we've been debating all day about, well, there's no real sales in medical office. There's no cap rate medical office. Should we have a vacancy rate for medical office? You know, you're going to have to kind of pick and choose. Sorry, you can't pick and choose. You got to pick one. If it's office, there's not enough data for medical, and there isn't. You look at office, and it's a reasonable alternative. And that's what we should be looking at. You're going to use a cap rate from office. Well, you're going to use a vacancy rate from office. You use a vacancy rate from office, they're horrible now. They're really horrible. And the world is changing. And that's why we did what we did. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to number 6, which is,
Can I request a 2-minute break?
yes, you can.
Thank you.
We're gonna come back to 1717 maybe. 5 minutes. When you are ready, Jeremy, call the meeting back to order.
Mr. Poole, you are muted.
I need about 30 seconds. I apologize.
No problem.
There's a bit of a delay on my end. Sometimes when you're working virtually, it's about a 10-second delay between what you do with it.
Item number
This is item number 6. 1717 Main Street. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, roll number 11-000-493-000, 1770 Main Street. We have a 2023 assessment of $357,000. I have a review of the property. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I've reviewed the property. I've reviewed this in the past as well. I'll get to the value. I reviewed it for $329,440. So bear with me here as we work our way through it. The building was built in 1952. It was converted over. We have an effective age to 1972. If we look to page 9, this is on Main Street. I drive by it twice a day, every day. It's on my way to work. It's an older building that was converted over to a medical use. As you see here in the pictures, there has been some long-term vacancy, which I will ask about as part of discovery. We see what was submitted to the owner. From the owner. It's 100% vacant. Total leasable area of 1,100 square feet. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of interference. As long as you guys can hear me, we can kind of work our way through it. But if you don't hear me, just let me know.
We're hearing you.
Okay. So on page 3, again, I'm bringing in the same comparables that we've already used. I selected 2110 Main Street, given the docket today. Again, this is a medical office building. It is lower of nature. We see that the rental rate overall weighted average is just over $13. On page 4, we see that that the property itself that we have under appeal today is assessed at $15.98 a square foot. And then there's a basement area, which we have a substandard lease on at $3.72 a square foot. All our standard parameters apply. As before, we have a total PGI $23,956, which applied to our 5.5% and our $8 for shortfall and $3 for or 3% for non-recoverable expenses gives us a net operating income of $20,889. Capped at 5.85%. Given its size of the property and its smaller nature, you're going to be able to get a higher demand for it. It should be a higher square foot rate that you get for the property. You have more and more individuals who buy this property than other higher performing properties where the market is smaller. So, given the size of the property and doctors that are looking for just an individual building that they can purchase or buy or rent out, it's reasonable. So when we look through the next page, On page 5 is my recommendation. I've reviewed this property in the past. We have, instead of the $15, almost $16, a $13.25 rate is reasonable. $5 storage rate is something I recommend and accepted by multiple agents, regardless of property that we use. The areas that we have are associated with that 1,216 square feet is what we have on record. So for above grade and below grade basement. And then again, our same standard parameters apply, which gives us our 329,440 square feet recommendation that I'm making today. So not too much off from where it was, but the market rent is too high for this particular building. From what we have here, I have some questions on the vacancy, but I think that's best addressed once the appellant gives their information. With that, I'm open to questions.
Questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, you'd said in your presentation it's been vacant for some time. Do you know how long?
I didn't review that or go back to how long. I believe from the last appeal that we had, it was a number of years.
Okay, a number of years, right. And are you familiar with occupancy permits?
Generally, you need to occupy a building.
Right. How long can you go vacant without having to require a new one? Do you know that answer?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, that's fine. How many properties like this are in your cap rate database? Do you know if you have any like this?
As far as residential conversions or similar nature, there's quite a few. I couldn't give you a total.
Yeah.
That's what I'm quoting for this appeal.
And so this is interesting. We have a conversion that I take it that the rate generated by the 5.85 was all done by the model then, correct?
Yes.
And so you have a residential conversion vacant a long time, and it's at a lower cap rate than the other properties we've heard, which are obviously more modern office style buildings. Is that what the model, you know how that happens in the model?
Sorry, can you repeat your question? You kind of went in different directions there. Can you repeat your question?
The cap rate applied here is lower than the cap rate applied to real office buildings. How does that happen in your model?
You would be able to have more of a market for this particular type of building. In relationship to the purchaser, any doctor could purchase this outright and run their business out of it, whereas any doctor can't go and buy multiple story 50,000 square foot or 20,000 square foot or what have you for an office complex, a medical office complex. So here, your market is greater. You're going to get more demand for it. It's just supply and supply and demand.
Well, then wouldn't that greater demand have translated into an occupancy in the last few years?
That's best for you to answer. I can't answer why this has. I know some history on it, given your last appeal for this. But I do have some questions regarding this property.
Okay, so but my question, does that not translate, should that not translate into shorter vacancies if it were in high demand?
It depends if it's actively marketed. It depends if there's actual wanting of the tendency. It depends if there's currently doctors or anything working out of there now. Is there an alternate use that's being used for a property owner and they're just not using it as an office medical building anymore?
Oh, okay, well, but this question was
Exposure
just
is
in general, you know, that should translate then, shouldn't it, into higher demand, as you said, because of the vacancy rate, and which coincides with the vacancy rate, should have resulted in occupancy then, shouldn't it?
I can't answer those variables. You're the ownership representative. All things being equal, most property owners don't want their property vacant. They want someone, either them themselves running their business out of it, or they're finding a tenant to do that, to do the same. So all things being equal, you would have to have effective management marketing on this property to have market tenancy or a tenancy in lieu of.
Okay, those are my questions.
Diane, any questions?
Oh, I am not on mute. No, I do not.
Nope. Val?
Just a clarification here, you've got the actual year built of 1952 with an effective year of 1972. I don't like, I'm sorry, I might have missed it. Were you in this building?
No, I've never been in this building. I drive by it twice a day, every day. I go down Main Street to Riverbend from where we work at downtown. I do have some questions regarding the actual vacancy, whether it's being marketed and the use of it. But I've never been other than driving by.
So you don't know the condition of the building itself then? So where did you get your 1972 year from?
That's just what we have on record. It was a residence that was converted over to medical use or such a use. So that's most likely where it come from. That's a pretty old state, right? So it is what it is. Like I can't go back that far to photos from back then because we don't have any or permits that are 30 years plus ago.
Thank you.
And I've got no questions on this one. On with your report, Mr. Neufeld.
Yes, thank you. And just sigh of relief here, no changes. Property's been vacant for a long time. It was a dental clinic, and when the dentist left, the owner had tried to market it, and the hurdle here has been the cost of upgrading and conversion. When you lose your occupancy and your occupancy, you have a year after that to reclaim it in order to get the same occupancy permit. And sometimes, when it's a legal non-conforming use, you lose the legal non-conforming use. That's not the case here. But we are talking about code upgrades and the cost of the money to do it. So he's looking for a tenant who's willing to invest in a little bit of money, doesn't want to put more money into it for a pittance of a rent. And that's the issue here. It's like a zero net return. If you go and you rent it, and you're going to get rent of $20,000 a year, and you need to spend $150,000 to $200,000 in code upgrades and renovations, what's the point? It's one of these. It's failing the economics test, and so either you get a tenant who's going to take it as is, or you get a super high rent, which is impossible. So it has been vacant for a long time. My first contact with this individual was in 2019, when he told me at that time it had been vacant for 6 years. Well, whether that's the case or not, we know it's been vacant since at least 2019. That's called chronic vacancy in a single tenancy. There used to be a section in the Act saying that chronic vacancy on a single tenant building for a long period of time, you could get a 25% vacancy rate. It used to be in the Act many years ago, but there's nothing wrong with applying that today, and that's exactly what we did. It's chronic vacancy. The rents, actually the primary rents that we had used do not differ much from what the assessor has. And honestly, I don't really care if you use his rents or my rents, because that's not the issue here. The issue is the chronic vacancy. And what do you cap a building like this at? It's not a money earner. It's like a hypothetical here. This is not a case where this is not a revenue producing building. It will be sold for its land value. And 4,400 square feet of land, essentially the value we put on it is $24 a foot. Funny thing, I was in a hearing last week, and that's exactly the number they put on land on 2050 Main Street. So we're reasonable here. We're right on the money. This is land value, and we've done an income approach on it because that's the way it's being assessed. And the owner's quite clearly stated he has not made money in his submissions to the assessment department. That's my case.
Any questions, Jeremy?
Yes, let's start at the end of the last tenancy. There was a doctor in it, correct?
I have it that there was a dentist.
A
Wait, no,
dentist.
yes, a dentist, sorry.
When was the last occupancy date of that dentist?
The owner verbally told me it was 2013. I'm not sure about that. I know for sure that my contact with him started in 2019, and I am repeating myself here. From 2019 onwards, he's had nothing.
Okay, has there been any brokerage or any advertising in your brief that indicate that it actually has been offered to market? Effectively managed.
I haven't looked into that. I'm probably thinking that it. I just want to double check one thing. There's a way of checking, of course. I know that. Yeah, he told me once there was a sign up. I don't know that much more, but I know no sane property owner is going to let his building sit vacant if we can avoid it.
Okay, so do you know if there's any other use currently while it's been vacant? Meaning, is the owner using the building for any other purposes for themselves?
No, I'm just going through Google Street View right now, and looks pretty dark.
I drive by this property twice a day. We had it last time at appeal. I remember the hearing quite well. There's always parking, including in my brief on page 9, there's always vehicles in the back, and they switch and they change. So I'm confused on if a property is not being used, meaning vacant, why is there vehicles on the site that are moved around? Why is there different vehicles on it? You can see it on my page 9 top picture.
I don't know. That GMC van's been there a long time. I'm just looking at the street view. It's been there for a few years. They look abandoned to me, half of them. I have no idea. I mean, neighbors parking. There's multifamily across the street, but there's no income coming from it.
So do you have any evidence to show that it's been effectively marketed in the time that it's been claimed vacant since 2015?
The owner has indicated he is working hard to try to rent it. He's had attempting to do it, and that's good enough, because you own a commercial property. Why would anybody let it sit vacant voluntarily? You don't. That's just against human nature. He told me he is, and I trust him.
And typically, if it's vacant, you have no cars on the lot. You have nothing there, yet there are. You can
Why?
see.
No, I don't understand. Why would that be the case?
So in this particular property here, you see multiple, on my page 9, look at the top. You see that there's multiple vehicles being parked there.
Yeah, there's some of them look abandoned, but yes, there are vehicles there.
So if it's a vacant building, there's nothing there. Property owner's not going to be parking a fleet of vehicles on it. So is there a use of this building? Like is this building just simply not being marketed and it's been vacant by choice?
I'm having some difficulties keeping a straight face to answer that, because that's utterly ridiculous. He wants to rent the place out. And yes, occasionally people park on it.
Agency for that. Does he have, can you show me leases? Can you show me offers to the market? Show me any advertising.
You can't stretch your argument to meet logic and reason. It just doesn't work. He's making an attempt to rent it. He calls me. This is what we do for a living. We won't rent this place. We're not interested in it. He's got to find another agent who specializes in this if he wants to. What's the money in it? $20,000 a year in rent, possibly. What's the commission for somebody who can bring him a buyer? A couple $100. It's a hard sell with something like this. There's no money in it in our business.
Fair enough. Those are all the questions.
Diane, any questions?
No, sir.
Val, any questions?
No, thank you.
And I'll leave it alone. let's, summation.
No summation, that's okay.
No summation, no summation? None? You gave the numbers that you wanted? Now we're gonna go here. He gave his numbers, didn't he? Yeah, we can write it down.
Which numbers? The NOI.
Rocky didn't.
They're the same as this brief.
Yeah, I didn't change it for once.
That's what I was wondering, that nothing changed?
No,
Shocked me there.
yeah, my summation, it's not an investment property. Having a hard time renting to anyone. It's even worse with COVID. Who wants a rundown old office building at this time when everybody else is downsizing? It's land value, which we hit on right at perfect number.
Okay, let's move on to item 1750. Main Street, which is number 7.
Roll number is 1102066500, 1750 Main Street. The 2023 assessment is $2,128,000. It was built in 1977, 1978. There's approximately useful area of 12,827 square feet. I have been in this building on multiple occasions as my former doctor. I've been going there since I was about 8. Been a while. This building is an average to a bit below average building. It is an older stock, obviously built in the 70s, late 70s. It is on the corner of Main Street, but it is a good utility for what it is, for the market, for the area that's there. There's a lab in the basement. There's dentists, there's the pharmacy, there's multiple doctors that work in the building. So a bit dated, but it is a good use and it is a high use site. There's lots of flow through it in the building over the years. So look on page 8 is this pictures of the property. Again, just as I described, lab in the basement, dentists, doctors, pharmacy. Vacancy that we see 44%. Dr. Jack Nippon, who was my former doctor, did leave to another establishment further down Main Street before he retired. That's part of that vacancy, obviously. As we go through the building here, we see that COVID had a minor impact on it as they checked off on themselves. As we go through here on the income expenses, sorry, I'm getting a lot of. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's the other room that's creating the noise.
Yeah, I know that, but like I'm just curious if you guys can still hear me over that. So
I can mute it on our end, but then you have to let me know to take us off mute.
That's right.
it's okay as long as you can hear me. It's good. I can hear it a little clear on mine. So
I'll just turn you up louder if I have to. We'll give them a little bit of what they're giving us.
fair enough. If you look through the income expense questionnaire, I should say financial statement income expense questionnaire, starting on page 1 to 3, which is on my page 13. You see the potential rents that are there, the vacancy that's there, and all the costs that are associated with it, including the below line item costs, the leasing costs, the non-recoverable expenses, which is not included in the net operating expenses. It's clearly below line items. It's labeled as such. It's industry standard to do so. If you look on page 16, you see what the actual rents that are in place for the pharmacy. We see from 2019, we have a $13 rent. The Eye Vision Center, $13 rent. The other doctors, again, $13 rent. We had to have in 2019, which is a little less than $11.43. And then we have another doctor in there as well at $9 as well. So if you look at the next page, we have another doctor in there as well. Dental center, Cathedral Dental Center at $9 as well. So As we can see what the market is for this, it's about $13. I'm not sure what the issues were for the $9 rents. They're a little bit off of where they are by $4. What you would expect that maybe a tenant inducements to get them in place, or maybe tenant incentives. Could be, I'm not sure. All we have is reflected marketplace on the INA gold. So when we get back to our actual workup, all right. So when we get to the actual workup, same comparables that we're using earlier on page 3, we see 400 Taché. It's an average to be better than average rent. $15 is about average for these type of buildings. Off market, Main Street, at the very end of Main Street, we have a below average, a little bit below average office complex, medical office complex. They're again $13 or so, a little bit above that. We see that most of the billing in this particular location is getting about $13, with the exception of 2 rents, which are a little lower than that, which has caused a pause on those 2 rents. But overall, for the page 4 for the workup, we have a $12.42 rent. I think that's very reasonable given the overall performance of the building. We see that we have an average vacancy at 5.5%. I have not made any allowance for increasing vacancy. As well, we go through the actual numerical values. The PGI is $159,377 for the 12,827 square feet. Again, 5.5% vacancy, non-recoverable expenses at 3%, shortfall at $8 gives us a net operating income of $140,449, and cap at 6.6% gives us our $2,120,000 rounded. So with that, I do feel it's reasonable. I think we need to have a discussion on what the vacancy is and how long it's been occurring. I don't think it's been long term. It's just a matter of a couple dentists, doctors have left. I know one for sure, and moved just down the street. So before they retired. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Rocky, questions?
Yes, I'm just, one sec, I just wanted to get something on my screen. Okay, yes, now you, page 4, this is the model?
It's entirely the model, yes.
Okay, and 5.5% vacancy is what the model says?
Right.
Now, in their statement, they reported, this is page 9, 44.55%. Was there consideration to be given to this?
No, not at this point. I need to ensure that it's long-standing vacancy and not just a short-term gap.
Did you check?
Building, so.
Okay, well, you say that, but then don't you have income and expense forms?
Yes, I'm asking, this would be part of the discovery of this bill. I'm asking that agent.
I'm asking the question because I'm looking at the income and expense forms that have been submitted to the city for the past few years. Did you not do that?
Yes, I did look at them.
Okay, so I'm looking at this previous year, 30%, 20%. You didn't, you say you want to ask me for it, but didn't you have the information here?
Yes, and it's rising, but it's not rising due to, and that's what I'm trying to, part of this is discovery. It's not rising due to any functional obsolescence of the building. It's not rising because there's any issues with the building. It's a good building. I've been in multiple times over the decades. It's merely that a few older doctors retired. Done. Right?
That's your opinion. Now I'm looking at the last
it's not your opinion.
8 years of performance. How many doctors have retired in the last 8 years from the building?
I know of Jack Nippon who's left. There's another doctor who left. Jack Nippon left down the street, set up the business over there, and then retired a few years later. That was creating some of the vacancy that's occurred.
What is the nature of vacancy? Isn't it, no one's renting the space back? Isn't that a market issue? you turn people over and you can't backfill.
Before I give it above market vacancy, I need to ensure that it's not based on anything that is a qualitative, is a functional obsolescence within the building. I'm asking that. I haven't got a chance to do that yet. So before I give any consideration to increasing the actual vacancy, I want to ensure that it's been marketed effectively. If there's any issues with the building, that's part of the discovery happening today.
Okay. Rents that you have here on, and I know we're not that far apart in the rents, but would you disagree that 400 Taché is a different market area than 2110 Main?
No, it is a different market area. It's very clear on that. It's a better performing location.
Okay.
21, no, sorry. Taché is 2110 is similar. That's why I chose 2110.
I don't know. I was comparing it to your other comp, 400 Taché.
Yeah, 400 Taché is next to St. Boniface, a cluster of office medical related activity. It's a better location. That's why there's a discrepancy.
Okay, that was all I was seeking to make sure we understood. Yes.
The other property, 2110 Main Street, is almost at the end of Main Street. It's is what it is.
Those are my questions.
Diane, any questions?
I do not.
Val, any questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Summation? Mr. Poole? None?
I was gonna say something first.
Mr. Newfeld? Summation?
You really
Well,
want to push me around?
He has to present his argument first.
Oh, did he not do that yet?
No.
I'm slipping by him again. I'm getting to the fourth. Mr. Newfeld, can you make your presentation, please?
Yes, I will. I'm just doing something in my calculator here in response to what the assessor said. And because I want to be efficient with my time and your time. Crap. Okay, sorry about that. The issue here is obviously we're not really that far apart on the income. When we did the calculate the potential income is on the bottom of page 1 is took the revenue that was coming in and then calculated extrapolated that for an as full income, kept the expenses the same because they're generally going to be pretty close to it, and came up with a net income of 149,000. Arguably the expenses might be higher because utilities could go up, but this should be a good approximation. So it does differ from the assessor by $10,000, but this is what's coming off the place. The vacancy we have at 19.7%, and since the assessor brought up the question, I want to give you the vacancies for the years in question, starting from 2014, 20%, 2016, 20%, 2017, 6%, 2019, 44%. That's not good. So we put in 19.7 just as a what down below you can see we took the actual. Now the person that did this calculated at 47.31. The owner put it at 44%. Then looked at the other indicators and came up with a stabilized vacancy, which happens to be the same as the vacancy this property has had through its life, 20%. That's what it's coming around at. Non-recoverables 5%, reserve 2%, shortfall the actual $7.43, NOI 92,000, and cap rate 7.75. You have the option if you on the cap rate of being far higher if you are going to consider the vacancy at 44%. But we have stabilized, and as a result, we're not going to have a major issue with the in the actual vacancy at 44%, but it is a long-term chronic vacancy at 20%. And that's the major impact to the cap rate, why it's higher. Location-wise, it's not the best location. Two-story. Well, you know, the problem with two-story is really pretty simple. Let me just see. I don't see an elevator shaft here. I've never been in the building. I don't think it has an elevator. I stand to be corrected, but if you're running a medical office, I think you need one. But other than that, location and the parking is, you're looking at a picture of page 1, those are the outlines of the site. There is just a little bit of parking at the back. So anyone who's bringing in patients needs a place for them to park. And those are the downsides to it, 7.75%. No changes on here. We believe that that's the value as impacted by the vacancy, chronic vacancy.
Just one added note, Rocky, it does have an elevator.
See, I was going to go out on a limb and say it didn't.
No, it does. I've been there.
Okay, so
Mhm.
let's just say, well, let me just see if we knocked it for that at all. Yeah, I mean, the cap rate might be a bit lower now than with an elevator. We could probably go 7.5. I've always done, I know, you know what? Normally board members shouldn't give evidence. In this case,
Sorry.
No, in this case, I kind of invited you to do it.
Yeah.
It's me who did it. So yeah, that's a good point. I would consider a slightly better cap rate, 7.5. When I look at these, I look at the top for the elevator equipment. I guess it's one of those basement hydraulic ones.
Whatever kind it is. Any
Yeah.
questions of Rocky, Diane?
No.
Other than the elevator?
No, but if you're gonna change the cap rate to 7.5, what's your value? 1,234,000.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Thank you.
Val, any questions? Val?
No, thank you.
Oh, and I forgot Mr. Poole this time. Mr. Poole, would you like to ask some questions, sir?
That's okay. We're a little bit all over the place today. That's okay. That's all good for this. As far as getting back to, you stated that it was 6% 2018, correct? And it was.
In 2017, that's what I have, yes.
So there is an ability for this building to perform at market, is the ability to absorb market, correct?
75% of the time, it's above
That's
20%.
what I'm asking.
No,
I'm asking
there
if
is
it was
not.
at 6%.
The answer is no, there is not the ability.
It was at 6% for 1 year. So that clearly means it can be at market. It was. So there is no barrier to market here to establish. So having said that, it's just some tenancies that have terminated and they're seeking tenancies. Are you aware?
Is that a question or a statement? I want to answer that.
Sure, answer.
If it were at 6% for 3 years and 20% for 1 year, that's a valid issue. But it's above 20% for 3 years and at 6% for 1. That's the opposite. It's inclined to be bad.
But that's not due to the functional barrier for marketplace coming in. There is no obsolescence as it was proven at 6% in 2017-18. Right?
No, it hasn't proven anything. It's proven that it is obsolete because you can't keep tenants. That's the nature of vacancy.
That's what we're getting to. It's not a chronic vacancy due to functional obsolescence. It's vacancy due to tenancies that have left. Getting to the effective marketing. Can you show me that there's been any effective marketing from yourself? Does Colliers advertise this property?
We manage it,
So
and great diligence is taken to try to bring in tenants. The nature of vacancy that you're describing is incorrect. That is not the nature of vacancy. It doesn't matter why they left. They left and you can't backfill. That's vacancy.
So in your brief, you have no evidence of advertising and lease rates that would be effective for over the years of this vacancy to address it.
I believe our brokers are the leasing agents for this site. So I think they do a great job. I can't invent people.
So in other words, no, you don't have any evidence to show, even though you're the management and brokerage of the building. with a vacancy that has increased over time.
Well, if you look at the picture, I believe that's a Colliers for lease sign up front.
It's not what I'm asking. I wanted to see the actual advertising established in the building.
Yeah, well,
That would be
like-
reference,
like,
all that be relative to the actual market in the building.
like the sign in the building, right? There was a sign on the building saying for lease.
You know full well I'm asking, do you have any internet advertising, any brokerage that indicates lease rates, costs, effective dates that you can use, CRUs that are available? Your owner is you're representing the owner as management and brokers for the building, and yet you're not showing them the agree.
You know, you're just making up stuff here. None of that stuff happens in the real world. There's a sign up, it's being actively listed. You don't lease properties, you know nothing about this. So please stop making assumptions and passing them off as some industry standard. You are not even in the same world.
That's all the questions I have. I do have some mistakes.
I have one or two questions, Rocky. Is this only for medical purposes, or is there other offices as well in the building?
No, it's open to anyone. There's a pharmacy in here. There's a optometrist. Well, I guess that's medical. Physio. It tends to be medical related, but it is open and available to anyone who wants to rent.
Okay. In that case, I've got no further questions. That'll conclude that matter, and we'll go on to what I believe is our last one. Oh, yeah, they asked the questions already.
And yes, and I'll say.
Elevator and something else. Number 8, which is 606 Ellis. 606 Ellis.
You're with me here as I get it up.
Okay, I'm still opening up mine too. When you're ready, Jeremy.
Little slow today, that's all. I don't know, maybe it's me, it's a little slow today. Okay. Roll number is 1305010900. Address is 606 Ellis. It is owner occupied. The 2023 assessment is 513,000. We have a leasable area of 3,525 square feet. We see the leasable area indicated on page 5, which is the workup. We have 2,325 square feet for the actual, I guess you would say, the spaces that are the utility of the building, or economic utility of the building, as far as tenancies that are in the clients or patients that would come into the building, operatories, waiting room, reception, all the rest of that. We have 1,200 square feet of storage as well. If we go down to my page 9, is the subject property. As we can see, it's on corner on Ellis, back lane adjacent, side lane adjacent, I should say. It is a converted building to dental use. There's no denying that. That is what it is, but it's assessed appropriately. It was built in 1920. We have effective year of 1952. We have a market that comparables that we've already been over. Again, we have the rent ranges that were in place. We have on page 4, I looked for some buildings that were in the neighborhood and similar use, similar of age. As you can see, comps 1 through 6 on page 4, we have an average weighted rent of $18.03 a square foot. They're all medical or dental related, and they're all similar in nature. So when we look at the building, we have $13.60 rent on it. I do think that's reasonable. there is an $8.63 rent on the storage area of the building. That may be a little high, but I have some questions regarding that to the agent. And I think it'd be appropriate to address some questions. So from that point on, we have a leasable area of 35,000, total leasable area of 35,230. Geez, can I speak to 3,525 square feet, with a potential rent of 41,976. Our standard parameters at 5.5%. For vacancy, non-recoverable expenses at 3%, shortfall at $8 to produce a net operating income of 36,926. We do have a much higher cap rate at 7.2%, but that's to reflect the condition of the building and generally what it is. It is a older building that was converted over to this, so, and it's owner occupied. So given the use of the building and the cap rate, I think that a $513,000 assessment is reasonable. With the exception, I want to confirm the areas for the storage rate to see if they're storage areas to see if it's actually reasonable for the $8 rent. With that, I'm open to questions.
Rocky, questions?
Yes. Sorry, I just dropped this off the screen here. These measurements that you have for the area, I see that we have a variety of numbers in your workup. Page 5, you're at 3525, and then this is comprised of a plan area of 1,800, a basement area of 1,200, and I take it a second level of 500. Is that how I read this?
Basically, yes.
Okay, so you're assessing the basement area here.
Correct. That'd be the $8 range. Great.
Right, but you've got it in the basement area here, which would be what on page 5? Which where is that?
C6. It would be the C6 storage area.
Okay, so but then the 2,325 square feet you have listed, that's not just the plan area then, it's plan area plus 500 square feet?
The better way to look at it, the 1,200 square feet is below grade. Above grade is the remainder.
Okay, 1,200 is the basement, above grade. Okay, yeah, now I understand, that's fine. And did you ever have a chance to go and look at this building?
No, other than some few file photos and on the internet as well with the house.
All right. And so page 5 is just done by the model?
Right.
Did you have a chance to revisit the application from 2020 tax appeal, the measurements that were done?
No, I kind of alluded to that to question today. So.
Okay, and when you say the upper area, I'm just looking at this picture on page 10. Was that upper area calculated by including the roof overhang? Looking at the picture on page 10?
No, I don't believe so. The above grade area is basically the plan area plus the above grade portion over which you can see more vividly in your picture, or maybe it's on my too.
Right,
you
and
can see it sort of sideways through. On the back lane adjacent, there's a window up there, so there'd be some attic area, finished space, inclusive of that.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at the picture on page 10 and wondering about the treatment of this front part, which is obviously an addition. Do you know?
No, that it's exposed. It's not included in the building. It just
okay. Well, what about the part that's the brick part that's enclosed? Is that included in the building square footage?
Yes, you get space.
Sorry, I heard there's garbled people talking. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, the heated space it is included in space.
You say it's heated,
My understanding is yes.
but you haven't been in there. You're not aware that it is unheated then?
No, not aware
Oh,
of that. It's not.
okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
So I'm having a lot of trouble here.
Second,
I have no questions, no.
Val,
No,
and I've got no questions. On with your presentation, Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. So this building, there's some issues with the measurement, which is the primary issue. I did go out and measure this myself. Rarely do I go out there and get my tape out, but I did this time because it was crazy. The main floor area is 1,825 square feet, and you can, my picture on page 2 shows the side view of it. Now that front part, I don't know what they call that. It was an addition on it. This is unheated space. It's an unheated entranceway. I did not include that because it's not rentable. It's a vestibule, and I was there in the winter and it was very, very cold. I guarantee it's not heated. The upper area, which we put in at a lower rate, is 500 square feet, and a picture of that is shown on page 13. This is what the upper area is. It's well, it's still house. Now I had this great picture of me standing in there hitting my head on the top of the door frame. I guess that didn't make the cut. Page 12 is also the upper level. It's the area for the employees to have their tea, and it's a nominal value. It's accessory use. The big problem is the basement is not rentable, and I don't know why they haven't corrected this, because the last board did correct it, and I guess the assessor didn't catch up. So the pictures of the basement begin on page 8. That's the basement. And going down to page 9, that's the basement. Page 10, the basement. And I told you I was there in winter. That's me in my winter coat standing there looking in there. Guaranteed it's not heated up front. So this is not rentable space by any stretch. It's if you said accessory use for file storage, I wouldn't even put a number on it for that, because this isn't, well, look at the quality of the space. It is what it is. It's a rubble basement, and that's what it's used for. So we had looked at, about going back to page 1, a value of $12 on the main floor, and we're not very much different from what the assessor has on it, and $5 on that upper level, the tea room, I'm going to call it. That there are no rents for places like this. This is an accessory space, and the basement is not. This is a converted house. That is the major issue with this property. In terms of the other factors, we looked at just a 6% vacancy for this, because it has, alternate use for miscellaneous users on Ellis. It's in the right neighborhood for the type of property it is. Shortfall is a fair bit higher because the taxes are high, and they shouldn't be this high. This is not your quality investment property. Cap rate, again, somewhat hypothetical, but the issues it faces are, it doesn't have parking. That's actually on another lot. It's a converted house. It was built in 1920. The quality is poor. The condition is poor. And that would lead me to an 8.5%. This is the right number for it. This property, so that's $237,000. And if this property were sold, it would be sold on the basis of direct sale, and you wouldn't count the upper level because you can't in a commercial property because it's not commercial space. It would be 1,825 square feet would be marketed at. So that's $130 a foot. And that is a pretty fair number for miscellaneous office retail on Ellis. The previous assessment, they did correct some of these things. I don't recall if I actually appealed this further. This is one of these properties you're just very happy to help someone who's been given a very stupid assessment. Thank you.
Jeremy, any questions?
Yeah, just have a few. You obviously were on site, correct? Took
Yes.
pictures.
Yes.
Why aren't you showing a complete building? Why aren't you showing the operatories, the waiting room, the reception area, the whole building? Just give a good feel to the panel, to the assessor as well. You're just showing the basement area, which I don't contest. It looks like it's substandard, clearly. But I don't see the rest of the building.
Privacy Act, there are patients there. I don't take pictures of people.
So the first area where you walk through on your page 2, glassed in, you're stating that that is non-heated.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, fair enough. Aside from that, do you have any, you said there was an area that was just for the staff, which is on the upper floor?
That's
Correct.
correct. Yes.
If it's just for staff, why couldn't we get a picture of that?
No, there are pictures of it everywhere, the upper levels.
Oh, which, oh, sorry, okay, sorry, my mistake. I'm
Yeah, you can
sorry,
see
12? Or which page am I looking at then?
page 13.
Page 13.
You can see the picture on the.
Okay, but again, no operatories, no, where their patient areas would be.
Well, and sorry, I take that back. I do have some lower level pictures, first floor pictures. They are on page 7. Those are the only areas where there weren't patients.
And this is in the back of the building, correct?
I think this is the back part. Yes, the rear addition.
All right, fair enough. That's all the questions I have.
Diane, any questions?
I do not.
Val, any questions? I think she said no. Okay, that will conclude that matter. I have to leave that at the end of it. I go back over here. We have heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned. Gentlemen, have a great day.
All right, thank you. Bye.